Welcome to your in-depth year 2026 astrology overview and zodiac forecasts. I'm going to share some standout details with you to begin with, to look out for, the big themes if you like, but I'll then share on screen the event charts right at the start of 2026. They're always hugely influential, the solar return. I'm going to illustrate these from both a zodiacal but also natal perspective. The natal perspective gives us a lot more detail on what we can expect in terms of our overall collective experience. But please stay with me. I'll then go through each of the 12 zodiac signs from Aries through to Pisces to give you a deep dive of what you can look forward to in this new year. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. A very warm welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, a few takeouts from this year. First of all, we're still going to be surfing the energy of the Pisces, Virgo, lunar and solar axis as we come into the new year, which occurred in September. But what we're also going to get this year is two final lunar eclipses in those two signs before their cycle, which is around about 18.7 years, is concluded on the 28th of August. But this year is going to see a new eclipse series manifesting from the 17th of February with a solar eclipse in the sign of Aquarius. So the first half of the new year is going to see that Aquarius energy very much to the fore, but the second half is going to see Leo solar energy to the fore, particularly significant because the sun is in detriment in Aquarius, but in the sign of Leo it is of course in dignity. It's its favourite sign. So on the 12th of August, that's really bringing a rush of energy through the second half of the year. But I can tell you that in terms of the Mercury retrogrades, they're all exclusively in water signs this year. So one of the things we might want to do with that Aquarius energy, particularly with the true North Node, reversing or inversing back into Aquarius for the first time in 18.7 years towards the end of July. One of the things we might think is it's going to be a much more logical and fiery year. But indeed, those Mercury retrogrades suggest that we're going to have to work at communicating how we feel. So therefore the energy of that Pisces Virgo axis still very, very strong, and that takes us into the new year too. Now, the other thing to tell you about is that Jupiter is going to move into Leo at the end of June, following on from Uranus reverting back into Gemini on the 26th of April. Now, Jupiter moving is really exciting because he rules the second decan, the second 10 degrees of the sign of Leo. And because the sun is, of course, the key player in the zodiac, it's what sustains our life force, having the largest planet beyond the sun entering this sign is really exciting. But also Jupiter is going to extend to 27 degrees before its retrograde kicks in, but that won't occur until the middle of December, really late in the year. So that in itself is really intriguing. Now, Jupiter is very much about confidence at its best through its rulership of Sagittarius, being on the front foot, seeing the upside in situations, but also being very enterprising. But we must remember that Jupiter is also the traditional ruler of the watery sign of Pisces, so we must remember that. But what we're also going to see this year is a Venus retrograde from the beginning of October. Now, Venus can be about money, it can be about relationships, it can be about our values, our self-worth, and it can be about life foundations. It can also be about food, but also the more sensual indulgences that we enjoy too. But what about Saturn and Neptune? Well, Neptune returns to the sign of Aries on January the 26th, Saturn on February the 14th, and they meet in an exact conjunction on February the 18th, which is truly significant from a wider astrological viewpoint. But they were very close, of course, from the 25th of May through to the 1st of September last year, And because they both retrograded, they then did separate, and Saturn inversed the most back to 25 degrees in the sign of Pisces. But what we get with Saturn, which is very much the ruler of time, it is the planet which is very much to do with responsibilities and obligations. It's where we need to work hard. It is in its full in Aries. Neptune, of course, not at its best in Aries because it's a watery energy. Aries is fire. So are we going to see some record temperatures and rainfall again in 2026? I think it's entirely possible, but Saturn in Aries is a much more authoritarian influence, perhaps a much more restrictive one in some ways, so that's going to be intriguing. But I also want to tell you about the energy that we're going to receive from Mercury as we enter this new year, because Mercury is of course about quick communications. It can be to do with being very brilliant in terms of generating ideas through its rulership of Gemini, but it can also be about community. But through its influence of Virgo, it's about precision, it's about practicality, it's about achieving concrete outcomes that give us some kind of tangible benefit. But Mercury starts 2026 for the third year running in detriment in the sign of Sagittarius. Sagittarius is about international affairs. It can be about trade. It can be about travel. It can also be very much to do with higher philosophies, the rule of law. So Mercury is in a tricky location as we enter this new year. I also just need to tell you, if we take the midpoint between the sun and the moon, the sun's more masculine, the moon's more feminine, not based on gender. We all have these energies within us. What we have is a midpoint in Pisces, but it's very close to the strict energies of Saturn as we come into this new year, and both are in a crunching, rasping right angle with the energy of Mercury. So as much as we might like to think that communications could improve, there would be a more peaceful approach between different nation states, that trade would flow more easily. The fact of the matter is that Saturn coming to the end of its total journey through the heavens, which takes 29.5 years, which will conclude on the 14th of February, is starting this year in a punishing right angle with Mercury, suggesting that whatever's happened over the last 29.5 years, we're now going to get the consequences, the outcome of that, because the sign of Pisces is the sign of culmination. So it's the place where we're going to get the results, and of course Saturn can be very scrutinizing, can be very challenging, and it certainly asks us to work at things. So as we come into this new year, I think it is telling us that however much we'd like to stay in the practical world, very much to do with facts and figures, very Virgoan, that more spiritual, emotional and psychological energy of Pisces is something we do need to try and work on. But it may be with Saturn in that part of its existence as it comes to the end of its journey in Pisces, we could see more pushback against services that are targeted more towards those who are perhaps more vulnerable. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. Thank you so much for joining me. If you'd like to have a one-to-one with me, please see the testimonials on the screen, but you can also read them in depth beneath this video. Now, if you order your year 2026 personal horoscope transit forecast now, I give you the rest of year 2025 through, but also with the 30% discount, you'll get your life roadmap report. This helps you to understand the patterns that are played out uniquely for you right throughout your life, but how you can work with those energies together with your forecast to time your moves future forwards in a much more astute way. But you'll also get with your order your year 2026 general zodiac forecast, love 2026 forecast, Chinese 2026 forecast, and also Indian zodiac forecast too. And those are in a booklet that will come with your charts. Please see the link below for more. And also please visit my website at patrickarundell.com, We're continuing to refine it. Thank you so much for your patience. I think we're really getting there now. The usability is really coming together. That's patrickarundell.com. You can sign up for your free daily horoscope, fired to your device each morning, but also enjoy your daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love, and Vedic forecast every single day, week, and month. So we come into this year surfing the energy of the two eclipses which occurred in the sign of Pisces and then in Virgo on the 7th and the 21st of September. If you recall, there was a lot of turbulence immediately after the lunar eclipse, but the solar eclipse was in a direct opposition with Saturn. So polarities need to balance, and when they don't balance, we get people in a kind of down-to-earth way at either end of the settee and not really talking. And I think the energy of Pisces and Virgo is one we need to direct towards ourselves. So one of the big messages for year 2026 is it is going to be important to keep working on our well-being, you know, whether it's to do with our physical health in terms of what we eat, drink, the amount of sleep and rest we get, the exercise, the nutrients that we're gaining. Those are all really important, but also giving ourselves permission at times to perhaps not always be quite as virtuous as that Virgo energy would like us to be. So sometimes that means knowing when to say no, setting a boundary. So that's one of the things we can take into the year with Virgo. Now the Pisces energy is saying that if we're too washed away with the emotional situations, we don't get anything done. And that doesn't make us very proficient, which Virgo demands. But it is also important to stay in touch with our inner voices, our senses. However much science might try to persuade us that everything is about facts and figures, most of us know that instinct is hugely important. So staying in touch with our instincts as we come into this new year, but also trying to, in some ways, refine our approach so we're looking after ourselves that much more, whether it's through our mental health or physical health, is going to be hugely important as we come into this new year. Now I'm going to share the solar return from a zodiacal viewpoint to begin with, because this is what we're all collectively going to experience, because the zodiac is a story. It is that procession of the animals, the zodiac, and it begins with Aries, and you can see there nominally we have 0 degrees as the ascendant, and we have the anaretic degree location of Neptune. So as we come into this new year, our identity in some ways seems rather uncertain. You know, there's a lot of change going on. But if we look at the position of the Sun, but also Mars and Venus right at the top of the chart, they're in the practical sign of Capricorn. Now, of course, the Sun would always be at 10 degrees 34, but the position of Mars is particularly significant because Mars thrives in the sign of Capricorn. Here it is exalted. And Venus, very close to the position of both. Now, in traditional astrology, it could be argued that Venus is combust the Sun, and therefore the Sun snubs out the diplomacy that Venus can bring. But that combination tells us that perhaps we are all going to be thinking a lot about the concept of how we connect to the wider world and how we make our industry, very Capricornian with the ruler Saturn, work in a way that we're expressing our passion, Mars. But Venus in the mix suggests that we have to enjoy it and enjoy our relationship. So for all of us, I think how we work and who we work with is going to be a big theme. But look at that position of Mercury. So very close to the end of the sign of Sagittarius. And as I mentioned, for the 3rd year running, as we enter a new year, Sagittarius is in its sign of detriment. But look at the position of Saturn and Neptune. So Mercury is squaring with them both, but also the midpoint in the sign of Pisces. So I feel it's important to know that the information that we're reading and consuming, particularly with Neptune and the square with Mercury, can be distorted. It may not actually fit exactly what we think it does. So Neptune can be very much about the ideal or our idealism, and perhaps in the very last degree of the sign that it is the modern ruler of, it is in some ways seeing this year for a sense of peacefulness. But Mercury suggesting that the messages that we're receiving can be distorted, and cross wires are going to be a factor all through this year. But also Mercury in a square with Saturn can be very, very limiting in terms of optimism, which of course the sign of Sagittarius is very much about. And Mercury in Sagittarius can also be great at trumpeting a big message, but not necessarily an accurate message. So we need to scrutinize the detail and get beneath the surface, really important. But that position of the midpoint is critical too. Essentially, as we come into this year, the balance of the chart, the yin yang, tells me that the psychological domain is going to be something we're all feeling. So our collective experience is going to have an impact on how we feel, for good or bad. What are the other big takeouts? Well, I feel it's important to see that Mercury is in a quincunx with Uranus. Uranus, of course, will go back into the sign of Gemini on the 26th of April. It always moves initially for 5 months into the new sign before the retrograde began, and of course then it inverted back into Taurus at the end of the first week of November last year. But that is a quincunx, a 150-degree angle, and I think that's quite challenging. So again, Mercury can exaggerate in Sagittarius the potential benefits, but I feel what we're going to see around financial markets is a degree of instability. But what those Capricorn energies are reminding us is that there's perhaps some parts of the approach we've had traditionally that are well established that we may want to sweep away. We may feel we're ready to embrace the new age, particularly with Pluto in Aquarius, but actually we should be very aware of some of the benefits of things that have been well established, seasoned. We should also appreciate experienced voices who are telling us things that are not necessarily steered by a particular agenda. But I think that Uranus-Mercury quincunx is really intriguing. The other thing is the moon. The moon's in a T-square with the nodal axis. Now, of course, that's going to switch back into Aquarius, the true nodes, at the end of July. But the moon in Gemini is interesting because it's bubbly, it's vivacious, but it's not necessarily so much in touch with how we feel, and it's also itself in a quincunx with the players, the 3 players, the posse in the sign of Capricorn. So I feel there's going to be a lot of messages conveyed this year which are actually really not necessarily going to be particularly good, or they may be delivered in a way which creates or presents a particular impression, but I think what comes from them may not actually be as good as we'd all like. So I can only tell you what the planets are saying, but what does the natal chart tell us? Because that's really intriguing, because of course what we get is a much more detailed understanding with that. Mine is based on Greenwich, not because I'm in the UK, but because of the prime meridian. It's based on universal time. And we have an ascendant, as we always do at this time of the year, at 7 degrees and 31 in the sign of Libra. But look at the position of the Sun and Mars, but also Pluto. They're in the 4th house. The 4th house is how it feels, but it can, I feel, the combination of the zodiacal chart and the natal chart are telling us that anything to do with property, real estate, but also our sense of security, stability is going to be a big part of this year's story. Now, I did say to you about the polar axis between Virgo and Pisces being very much about physical, but also mental and emotional health. And look at that midpoint, it's actually in the 6th house along with Saturn and Neptune. So as we come into this new year, I think we all can obviously celebrate, as many of us do. Why not? That's a wonderful thing to do, with hope, with optimism, but it is important to be very realistic. And if there have been relationships, for example, that we've been putting up with that haven't really been meeting our minimum expectation and it's grinding us down, I think Saturn's telling us to be mindful of what's draining our emotional energy. Also, if we're involved in any kind of business or job where the exchange of energy between what we put in and what we get out isn't very uplifting, that's another thing that we're being asked to think about as we come into this new year. It's also very important to be very protective about where we live, the people we're really close to work hard on those relationships, to not take them for granted. Now you can see that Mercury is in the 3rd house in the natal chart, a better place for Mercury to be, of course, but it is still in that square 3-6. So a 3-6 square between Neptune, Saturn and the midpoint is going to create tension and stress. So I feel that we're all going to have to prioritize what we do this year, how we go about it with all the technologies, robotics, automation, AI that's coming in at pace, but also the political instability and challenges all around the world, all the posturing and people pushing outside particular borders in order to assert power. What we've got to do is make sure that we're looking after what we can affect at the heart of our worlds as productively and efficiently as possible. So if we're in denial about mental and emotional health, that's not going to be good. But if we're spending too much time trying to perfect our lives in a practical, precise way, Virgo, well, that's not so good either. So it's about getting a balance. And then as the Aquarius and Leo eclipses come in, yes, it does give us opportunities. Jupiter gives us opportunities. Uranus gives us other opportunities. But it's what we take into this new year, which is going to be a prevailing theme for the entire 12 months. Please stay with me as I go through each of the 12 zodiac signs from Aries through to Pisces. Welcome Aries to your in-depth year 2026 forecast. I'm going to share with you to begin with some standout themes to look out for. Then on screen I'll share your event chart, your solar return right at the start of the year, which always provides a very profound and influential backdrop for the whole 12 months. But the big themes is that Saturn, the planet of structure that rules time, is going to re-enter your sign on the 14th of February, but he's going to be with you over the next couple of years, about 2.25 years. If you recall, Saturn nipped into your sign on the 25th of May last year through to the 1st of September and returned back into the sign of Pisces then. But coming into your sign, that begins a whole new cycle for us all, which is going to last about 29 years. Saturn is a planet which does struggle a little bit in the sign of Aries. Aries is about initiation. You're brilliant at showing initiative, getting on the front foot, moving things forwards in a very dynamic way. And of course Saturn can be somewhat more ponderous, slows things down, and it's technically in its full in your sign. Now also, just towards the end of January, Neptune returns to the sign of Aries. Neptune, watery, it's the modern ruler of the sign of Pisces, and of course you're a fire sign, so that can dampen spirits a little bit. And the two come together on the 18th of February, which is a truly important symbolic moment for us all collectively. But what we're also going to see this year is the energy of Uranus moving back into the air sign of Gemini towards the end of April the 26th. But at the end of June, Jupiter returns to the sign of Leo. Jupiter moves in around about 12 or 13 year cycles, so it's a really big deal going into the proud sign of Leo because the Sun rules this sign, but also Jupiter governs the second decan of the sign of Leo, so it's particularly comfortable in Leo. And Jupiter, of course, governs your third decan, so there is some mutual receptivity here. So Jupiter moving into Leo is wonderful for your prospects to initiate, be creative, be much more optimistic about your social situation, but also potentially about romance too. But then we're going to have the second of two new eclipses which occur this year. The first is on the 17th of February in the air sign of Aquarius. But the sun in Aquarius is detrimented, whereas in the sign of Leo, it's dignified, it's its favourite location, and that's the 12th of August. So together with Jupiter, that brings a lot of warmth to the second half of your year. But what we need to be mindful of, Aries, not just Saturn and Neptune back in your sign and the start of a new cycle, in terms of Saturn, 29 years. In terms of Neptune, it's near to 175 years, so big cycles. But what we've also got is energy in the water sign of Pisces and the practical sign of Virgo still manifesting from the two eclipses that occurred last September. So as we come into the new year, they're asking you to find a balance between your practical dimension, how things work in an everyday efficient way, but also the emotional spiritual dimension. And the intriguing thing as you come into this new year is not just Saturn and Neptune are in Pisces, so part of that solar return, they're very close to the Sun Moon midpoint, the yin yang of the chart. So however much Jupiter and that Leo solar eclipse may want you to radiate out some new energy and enthusiasm, I think that this is a year when you're still going to need to be mindful of how things feel, the more sensory part of life, but also the practical way you deliver your or use your energies, because we're going to see two more eclipses across Pisces and Virgo, but both lunar eclipses. So if there is a reluctance to grapple with the feeling of a situation and we just want to be in the action mode, it probably won't work so well for us. So those are the big themes of this year. We also have the nodal axis moving, the true north node, towards the end of July into Aquarius. Aquarius energy for you, to be honest, is very positive. It's about friendship, your long-term plan. It can be about your higher ideals and purpose. And it's about how we network together. And I think you'll really appreciate it more than over the last year and a half as it has been inverting through the sign of Pisces. So I want you to know that that Aquarius energy in the early parts of this year can see you looking much more dynamically towards the future, but it is important to understand what's not quite so obvious, the Piscean energy. And if we are trying to refine and keep finding perfection in the physical sense, that's not necessarily going to be something that meets all our needs. Now, the most important part of each year is the solar return. So on the screen now, I'm showing the event chart. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us, it's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. So on the screen now is your solar return. We always need to be mindful of the ruling planet for each sign. Yours is Mars. Mars is about thrust, action, courage, desire, about that initiation that I mentioned. But Mars is in a very visible part of your chart as you come into this new year, the sign of Capricorn, and you can see is very close to the energy of the Sun. The Sun is always 10 degrees 34 when we come into a new year, so just a tiny bit into the second decan of Capricorn, which is sub-ruled by Venus. Venus, the ruler of Taurus, is about foundations, but it's also about money. And of course, it can be about relationships, but it's also about our self-worth. Now, the big picture is that Pluto, making its way through the sky from 2008, and really since the end of November 2024, was pushing and provoking a lot of potential changes around your connection to the world. So you may have changed your role, you may have retrained, there may have been big shifts. You may have started your own enterprise. You may have started your own enterprise and gone back to work for someone else. You may have been attracted to work for a big organisation or corporate. You may have found that more challenging. It just depends on your unique personality. But what Mars in a combination with the Sun does is helps you to use your thrust and energy. And Mars is exalted in Capricorn, loves being there, with the more structural appreciation the Sun in Capricorn has through the ruler of the sign of Saturn. So, hard work together, well, energy, Mars, together with the discipline of the Sun in Capricorn can bring you a premium this year. But Venus is also in the mix, so you have three players right at the top of your chart. Now, Venus in Capricorn can be very businesslike, and Venus can be, as I mentioned before, about money. But it's also about relationships, and professional relationships or worldly connections are going to be key to your story this year. It's not necessarily who you know as much as what you know, but I certainly don't think it will harm your prospects if you do have good relationships, particularly with line managers or co-workers. But the other thing with Venus right at the top of your chart is it helps you to use guile and subtlety. Charm is still important. You know, the way we get on with people is, I feel, something that amplifies our practical and professional talents. So if people like us, it's a much greater opportunity for us to take a giant step forwards. So that combination is extremely impressive. Now, for clarity, in traditional astrology, they may say that the Sun is in combust with the position of Venus in particular, and therefore can override the energy of Venus. But I think in modern astrology, particularly with Mars being exalted, it loves being in Capricorn. If you're someone who wants to raise your profile, you want to start afresh in a new environment, if you want to go up the ladder of success, if you want to reap the rewards for a lot of hard work you've been putting in behind the scenes over a long period of time, this year is looking very, very positive with that set of influences. So what else can we take out from this solar return? Well, we need to look at what's in your sign, and you can see that there is Chiron. Chiron in retrograde through to the early part of the new year, but is in a square with Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is about abundance. It's exalted in the sign of Cancer as we come into the new year. And in a way, I think the combination of that square is saying to you to have confidence, really, about embracing the more psychological or feeling or emotional side of your situation, and not being fearful at times of opening up to the right people. Because we can feel that if we do, that makes us vulnerable and we'll be judged. But there is an important need to be very careful with communication this year. Mercury rules communication, as you know, and it's in a very dynamic part of your chart to do with expansion, adventure, and potentially learning new skills in the sign of Sagittarius. But that's not a great location for Mercury. Mercury here can be a little bit impatient to grapple with details. It sees life in a very broad brush way, which is not a bad thing, but that enthusiasm can be seen as overconfidence. And I just want you to know that Neptune, just tucked up behind your sign, as you can see, along with Saturn, but critically the Sun, Moon midpoint, very close to Saturn, and they're all squaring with Mercury. So if you are making a pitch for a new start, a new job, starting your own business, you're in an existing organisation and you're doing well, one of the things I would say is very important this year, as much as you can stand up very confidently with that array in Capricorn, it's also very important not to overpromise, because one of the things that can do is put you under a lot of pressure. And I think it's a potential trap. So essentially having the midpoint, which is the yin yang of the chart, in your 12th house, along with the node, the north node, which itself is in a square with the moon. Again, that's something which can distort to a degree. The moon is very bubbly and effervescent in Gemini, but you need to stay in touch with your emotions. So as much as Saturn and Neptune are coming back into your sign, and in the case of Saturn in particular, is the start of a complete new epoch, full time, not just that first taste, what I would say is you're going to have an opportunity this year to make a big step forwards, but you also need to be mindful of your vulnerabilities, your weak spots that you need to keep working at, perhaps where there are still some outstanding strands active within you to do with past hurt, separations, disappointments and losses. And if you've not completely come to peace with those can still have a role to play this year. Now, in a more positive way, I'd say, the moon does forge a very dynamic link with Pluto, and Pluto's in your sector of friendship. And as I said to you, that initial solar eclipse on the 17th of February does offer the chance to make new connections, but it is in a very testing right angle to Uranus. So one of the other things that can happen with that is that there are some friends in your world who don't share your values as much as you thought they did. You may find yourself separating from some people who've perhaps been with you for some time. So there could be quite a lot of change around your social interaction and the people you mix with. But the Moon-Pluto trine does give you a lot of perception. So the communications you have, listen to your inner voice. So that's the big picture of your chart, a great opportunity to make progress in terms of the solar return. But when it comes to the communication, as much as there's part of you that can be very confident, very upbeat and very assertive, just make sure that you're always in touch with perhaps the more softer and more shadow side of your situation, because if you are connected to that, it will keep you safe. Wishing you all the best for the new year. And if you'd like to know more about what year 2026 is going to hold in store for you, or your influences day or week or monthly, please go to patrickarundell.com. Welcome Taurus to your year 2026 deep dive forecast. I'm going to share with you initially the standout themes that are going to be manifesting this year, but please stay with me. Then on screen I'll share your solar return, totally unique to Taurus, at the start of the year, which does have some very exciting energy manifesting within it. But first of all, we need to be mindful of the energy of the eclipses of September 2021, because they're still active as we come into this new year. The first of those was in the sign of Pisces. Now, Pisces for you is about friendship, it's about your highest hopes, it can be about where you networked with people, and it can also be about your long-term planning. The second of the eclipses was on the 21st of September in your sister Earth sign of Virgo. And that was really encouraging you to showcase your unique talents, your warmth, your creativity and flair. It's just that on the other side of the heavens, Saturn had retreated back into your sector of friendship. And it may be that you've been asking yourself some big questions about an involvement with a group of people, maybe one or two closer friends, or perhaps even in a one-to-one romance. And they're going to be questions that will need to be answered as you come into the new year. So it's possible that you do feel that you're somewhat of a crossroads. And part of the reason for that, Taurus, is that Saturn, but first of all Neptune, are both going to return into your 12th house. Neptune at the end of January and Saturn in the middle of February. They meet in an exact conjunction, very influential on the 18th of February. And for you, right through year 2026, if something isn't working for you, and it may be something that did work for you in the past, you could be tying it up. There could be a big ending in a cycle. And that can be quite challenging because there is going to be quite a psychological dimension to that. And it may mean at times you do experience a great sense of loss and sadness. But I want to tell you that your solar return, which I will share shortly, is just bursting with positivity and possibility. And the other thing that we're going to experience early in the new year is that there's a new eclipse series manifesting in Aquarius on the 17th of February. Now, the sun's not at its best in Aquarius, it's said to be in detriment, but the new cycle for you, this really echoes the energy that Pluto's been drawing your attention to over the last couple of years, bit by bit, that something's changing in how you connect to the world. For many of us, that is through our work, not for everybody. Some people, it could be through voluntary work, it could be through a leadership position, perhaps even within our families. But I feel that if you're not feeling as fulfilled as you could be around your work, that can be a big shift for you through the first 6 months of this year. Now, the Mercury retrogrades in 2026 are all in water signs, but that shouldn't hold any fear for an earth sign like you. Earth, the base of the river, carries water. And if you're attuned to your emotions, those retrogrades could ask some big questions about your emotional situation, but they're ones that you can go with the flow. One of the things about your sign is that you are a fixed zodiac sign, which means you can be a little bit resistant to things evolving. Familiarity gives you a sense of comfort and security. But I think there's a lot up in the air this year. And of course, Uranus has been with you until the 5 months of last year, full time since March 2019. And that's been a very provocative influence. But Uranus will say au revoir at the end of April and will spend the next 7 years fully in the part of your chart to do with money, your foundations, but also your values. So another pointer that something's going to be changing, and the chances are it may be about how you earn a living. But Jupiter, the planet of optimism and fortune, has been in a very bubbly location, exalted in Cancer, and it's going to shift at the end of June into the sign of Leo. And that's followed by a solar eclipse on the 12th of August. But we're going to see towards the end of July the North Node invert back into Aquarius. So that's again pushing you towards some kind of new way of connecting to the world. But what the Jupiter energy and the solar eclipse in Leo are saying, it's also very important to make sure your home base is working satisfactorily for you as well. So some Taurus people, some bulls, I think could be moving home this year, but that move of home can actually be a very good thing if it sees you more settled, more comfortable after the turbulence of the Uranian years, which may have been very provocative in a good way for you at times, pushing you towards exciting new opportunities. I feel that you're going to want to bed things down a little bit. Now, we do have the final eclipse of the Pisces Virgo season, which occurs towards the end of August. And of course, threaded through the year, we do have the quarterly quadrants. It begins with the vernal equinox, which for you, very psychological again. The summer solstice, much more for you to do with enjoying the good things in life, the essential pleasures that you have a unique appreciation for. And then as we come into the autumnal equinox, that Libra energy, very much to do with making everything work in a very systematic and efficient way. And then just before the end of the year, we have the winter solstice, and that's an opportunity for you to jet off somewhere, do something more impulsive and spontaneous, which brings us to your solar return. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us, it's totally unique to each person. But understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. So on the screen now, Taurus, you can see that your ruler Venus is very close to the Sun in the sign of Capricorn, but also Mars is in the mix as well. When Mars and Venus are together, as close as this, therefore their midpoint coalesces right on the Sun, don't be surprised if you have an encounter in 2026 which makes your pulse race. If you're not necessarily looking for romance, but you would like some enriching experiences through travel, perhaps a new destination, immersing yourself in a different culture, whether it's through the food, the local customs, the history, the architecture, all of those things will be massively stimulating to your senses. But that solar return tells me that you could be, despite the fact that Saturn and Neptune are going to be in your 12th house for much of the year, there is going to be another part of yourself that wants to perhaps push out of your comfort zone, whether it is going to be embracing new ideas, knowledge, or the aforementioned travel. Even if you do have the compulsion to get back eventually to what's familiar and safe, I think there's one big part of your life that's coming to an end, but there's another very exciting part of your existence that's about to open up in the most dynamic and exciting way. But that combination of the three players, the posse in Capricorn, does push you to challenge that part of you that can be a bit reluctant, that would prefer to stick rather than twist. But I think twisting could prove to be particular fun this year. I do need to make you mindful of Mercury, however. Mercury can be about business and trade. In the sign of Sagittarius, it can be about knowledge, but it can be about our connection, sometimes with people at a distance, online, internationally. But that's in a punishing right angle with the Sun-Moon midpoint, the yin-yang of the chart, in Pisces, very close to Saturn. And so it's important, whoever you're connecting to this year, that you do have a sense of camaraderie. You do feel there's a kinship, because if there isn't, you could end up being very disappointed. So for example, if you're thinking about going into business with a friend, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it will be important to have a very clear terms of reference about what you each will contribute. That could be amended and as you go along, but there needs to be some kind of structure, because if not, particularly with Neptune in a square with Mercury, I feel confusion, cross wires, even a sense of deceit is entirely possible. So if you're trying to collaborate with anyone, I think it's very important that you're really on the money when it comes to the details, particularly around shared finances. Now you can see Uranus is coming to the end of its journey in the sign of Taurus. It's in a retrograde as we come into the new year, which will go direct on the 4th of February. But look at its angle to Saturn and Neptune. I think that tells you Saturn and Uranus are the co-regents of the sign of Aquarius. So the great thing about Aquarius energy, people generally in pop astrology think Aquarius is to do with being a bit wacky, different, ahead of the time, so forth. That can be true, but Aquarius people often have quite the appreciation of tradition, just like you can. And I think the combination of the two suggests that if there are some people that you can relate to who are progressive and you feel comfortable with, Uranus is telling you to keep trying new things. It could pay off. But do look at the angle between Uranus and Mercury. It's not a great one. If you are thinking about being more speculative around investments, for example, it's so important to get information clear. Don't be too impulsive. I think there is a side of you that can be cautious, but of course when something really gets you going, you can take action. So I think it's important therefore just to be conscious of that. Now the moon, a seriously important player for you because it's exalted in your sign, is in your second house. So foundations and how things feel and your enjoyment of the good things in life, they're still going to be part of the journey. And the moon forges a lovely link with Pluto. So it may be that your ability to be canny and savvy with your resources could be something that builds respect with the people you meet up with this year. But look at the position of the moon and Venus, your ruler. They're not on such good terms. So again, if you're trying something fresh and new and exciting with that cluster of energy in the sign of Capricorn, make sure that you're going through things in a very grounded, earthed way. So I think that this is a year which can prove to be incredibly stimulating, but there is going to be some big endings going on, some new beginnings, maybe a sense of being at a crossroads with certain relationships and involvement. But the key is, don't be too impetuous with whatever you're trying to do, and just be aware that if you find yourself embracing release, healing, retreats, letting go of things that are no longer serving your greater good, that's going to free up your physical energy to embrace that dynamic trio, including your ruler, a very sexy combination. If you're looking for a new relationship, it could be with someone who's very, very different to anyone you've ever experienced before. And that gives me a sense of real excitement for you in year 2026. For more information, please visit my website at www.patrickarundell.com. Welcome, Gemini, to your year 2026 Deep Dive Horoscope Forecast. I'm going to share with you some standout themes for the year to begin with. Then on screen, I'll share your solar return right at the start of the year, always influential, provides a backdrop for the following 12 months. But we do need to be mindful of the eclipse series that takes us into year 2026. The eclipses that are coming, we need to be mindful of the role of your ruler Mercury, which is going to go through 3 watery retrogrades over the year. And also we need to be conscious of the big hitters, not least Saturn returning back to the sign of Aries in mid-February. Neptune returns there at the end of January, but critically you have Uranus, the planet of surprises, re-entering your sign after its initial 5-month sojourn last year at the end of April, where it's going to be for the following 7 years. We're also going to have Jupiter, the planet of fortune, relocating at the end of June. What's the significance of that? And that new eclipse series does begin in your sister air sign of Aquarius. What's the significance? Because I feel that's going to have quite the impact over the first 6 months of this year. And then as we go into the end of July, the North Node, the point of destiny, inverts back into the sign of Aquarius for the first time in 18.7 years. So that's a really big deal. We come into the end of the year with the final eclipse in the series between Pisces and Virgo on the 28th of August. But also we need to be mindful of the 4 cardinal quadrants, which begins with the spring equinox, the summer solstice, the autumnal equinox, and the winter solstice, which brings the curtain down on the year. But most of all, Gemini, I'd like to be mindful of your ruler Mercury. I think that's very important. And I can tell you, for the 3rd year running, Mercury starts the year in your sector of relationships, but in a sign where Mercury is in its detriment, Sagittarius. But the key is that as we come into the year, Mercury is in a very challenging right angle with the dreamy drifting energies of Neptune, but also with the strict Saturn, both right at the top of your chart in the part of your situation to do with your worldly interface. Whether it is through your professional situation, your goals and ambitions, your public standing, your desires to raise your profile, any ambitions you've got, communication, your gift is going to be very important when it is connected to the people you need to reach out to, but also collaborate with. So success this year is likely to be very dependent on the clarity of your message. Now, I mentioned also about the Mercury retrogrades. There's 3, each in a water sign. We have the first one, which begins on February the 26th, and that goes through to March the 20th in Pisces. So once more, that part of your situation to do with your worldly interactions. We then have, that's for 22 days, we then have one at the end of June in the part of your situation to do with your everyday finances. And then that's for 24 days. The final one is in a part of your chart to do with life's structure, everyday routines. The 6th house can be to do with appointments, and that's from October the 24th to November the 13th. But the significance is, although the host, Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, are very watery and therefore about emotion, in terms of the house, for you, it's very earthly. The 10th house for Pisces, the 2nd house for Cancer, and the 6th house, very Virgo-like, for that Scorpio Mercury retrograde. So how you handle your resources, how you connect to the wider world, but also how you separate the emotion from the logic. Remember, logic is your gift, but I feel that emotion could crowd your decision making this year, and that's going to be one of your challenges, because as we come into this new year, the 2 eclipses of September 2025 are still working in a coordinated way. The first of those on the 7th of September did occur in the sign of Pisces. So that's very much about how you feel about where you work, who you work with, and perhaps any leadership role you have outside of work, perhaps even within the family. And then the second one on the 21st of September was late in the sign of Virgo and was in an opposition with the strict Saturn. So that's a classic work-life balance issue. So as you come into this new year, your communications with people professionally, but also getting that right balance point between the available time you have for your family, your children, keeping the domestic hub working well, but also linking out and making a success of yourself. That could be part of the challenge early in 2026. But what about the opportunities? Well, if you remember, Jupiter, the planet of fortune, did enter your sector of everyday money last year, but was instantly conflicted exactly on June the 15th by the strict Saturn. So you may not have found last year that you did get the rewards you quite wanted. Well, the good news, in the first 6 months of this year, you can punch through, but it will require a lot of grit, determination and application. One of the things that defines you is your mercurial energy. So you have an ability to flow, to flex, to pivot, and obviously respond to situations using your mind in a very skillful way. But I feel it will be key to understand that your utterances, your pledges, whatever you say you can do, will be scrutinized carefully this year, because the year starts with Saturn in the 10th house. But Saturn's going to make its way back to join up with Neptune, which moves at the end of January, into your 11th house. And over the next couple of years, that's going to see you redefining some of your long-term hopes and plans. That could also see a watching brief around certain friends and associations. There could be some change in the mix, to be honest. Now, Saturn will go retrograde at the end of July through till the 10th of December, and it is going to invert around about 7 degrees. So if you do find during that retrograde in particular that some of those long-term hopes do slow down a little bit, it wouldn't be a complete surprise. But do know that Jupiter is moving at the end of June into a part of your chart which actually is going to help you to use your core skills as a quick communicator in a very flamboyant way. Going through the sign of Leo, the retrograde that applies to Jupiter each year is 4 months, but it's not going to happen this year until December the 13th, and it will make its way all the way out to 27 degrees. So if you do have planets later in the sign of Gemini, or obviously elsewhere in your chart in fire or air positions, that can provide a lot of uplift for your message. So as much as you start this year being encouraged to be conscious of who you need to work with, essentially the 10th house is where we might at times need to understand that who we're connecting to has a more conventional or more orthodox mindset or approach. And if we are someone who's more of a free spirit, and often Gemini people are very quick thinkers, so it is a maverick influence, Gemini, your ruler Mercury in some ways, that speed of thought doesn't always mesh well if it is a more stodgy institution. So if you do work in a big business or a governmental institution, that could be where you feel the pinch point. But if you're more entrepreneurial and you want to break through on your own terms and do your own thing, I feel that the second half of this year could be incredibly exciting for you. But it could also see you changing some plans that in the past seem to be very much set in stone. Although you can be very flexible at the best of times, there could be a big reorientation that does come as Saturn dives deeper into that 11th house. And as I mentioned, there could be different friends coming in, particularly in the second half of the year. Now, I'm going to share with you now the event chart for the start of the year. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us, it's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. The moon in your sign. I'm going to pivot back for the rest of the year in terms of the eclipses once I've shared this with you. But you can see the moon's in your sign. The moon in the first house wants us to embrace our identity, our emotional identity. But the moon's very much about feelings, and Gemini people can obviously feel things, but sometimes in a more cerebral way. You process emotion through your thoughts and can be quite rational. So what that moon position there is just reminding you to stay in touch with the more sensory part of your nature. But she is forging a stunning link to Pluto there in the 9th house. So if you are connecting to people who help you to expand, who understand your vision, your philosophies and your message, and if you're involved in any kind of technology or publishing, that's a very strong alliance. What's not to like? But the other curious thing about your solar return is not just you can see Mercury there in your 7th house of relating, as I mentioned, and the square to Saturn and Neptune, but look at those two icons next to Saturn. That's the moon and the sun. That's the midpoint between the position of the moon in Gemini and the sun in Capricorn, as it always is at the start of the year. And that midpoint is, if you like, the yin yang of all of our years, and that's very close to Saturn. So Pisces energy encourages us to embrace what's not necessarily so tangibly obvious. Not so easy for an air sign. Saturn and Neptune side by side, but clashing back with your ruler Mercury. So that's where the challenge could come if you do need to deal with people who don't quite understand the message that you're conveying. But what are the opportunities of the year? Well, I feel it does come from the cluster of energy in the sign of Capricorn. Here we have the Sun at 10 degrees 34, just in the second decan of Capricorn, as always, subruled by Venus, can be about money, but relationships, but very close to the relator Venus. Now, in traditional astrology, they may say that the Sun and Venus are combust, and therefore the Sun overplows the energy of Venus. But we have Mars in the mix as well, and Mars loves being in Capricorn, it's exalted. And Mars here, along with Venus in the 8th house, tells me if you're wanting a significant relationship this year, but particularly of a romantic kind where it's much more intimate, you could have a lot of desire to actually make that happen. But also the 8th house can be about shared finances, resources, investments, long-term planning. And if you are that more entrepreneurial person, I feel that there could be some real fortune that comes your way. Certainly your drive and your passion can be very strong. But the intriguing thing is, being an air sign and being Gemini, where you like to be just freely available and not too fixed, those energies are pushing you in a way to be open to a much more devotional connection, whether it is through a professional situation or it is in a relationship. Now, if you are in a long-term relationship as this year begins, and you feel that maybe in terms of the power dynamic between you and your partner, there isn't quite a simpatico between you. In other words, one of you wants to dominate the tie. There is the potential with that 8th house energy in Capricorn that something could come to a close, being really honest. Or a relationship could be reinvigorated in a much more romantic, sensual and sexual way with those combination of players. But it needs to be right in all the different elements of the relationship. And the other thing to point out is that whilst Mercury does square with that midpoint, Sun Moon midpoint, the yin yang of the chart, Saturn and Neptune, which is really challenging, and I feel could definitely see some very tense exchanges. You could even encounter someone who's rather unethical, and just be conscious that Uranus, although is going to be joining your sign towards the end of April after that original 5-month visit last year, that's also in a quincunx with Mercury. So if you're in an ongoing relationship and you feel that there's some unspoken tension, some kind of blockage, I feel some of those could come up into the open, because the 8th house energy, particularly with Mars and Venus being together, in a way it can be somewhat confrontational. It doesn't mean to say that there's going to be arguments as such, but there will be a desire on your part to in some way transform your situation. And so if you're not feeling a connection with someone, if their energy is not chiming with you in the way you really deserve, you may push and try to get them to open up to reveal what the issue may be. So all sorts of relationships this year are definitely going to take some care. But I want to just draw your attention to that solar eclipse in Aquarius on the 17th of February, because that is going to be very late in Aquarius, and therefore it's going to be in a very tense right angle with Uranus, and that's in your 12th house. And with the solar eclipse in your 9th house, the potential for something to be pushed into the open that perhaps is rather sensitive, confidential, not something you necessarily want to be revealed, is very strong. So if there's something that's working away in the subterranean part of your life, whether it's in your psyche, in terms of your relationships, if there's some secretiveness or something isn't working in a very open and ventilated way, the chances are it will come into the open in the first half of 2026. But the second half of the year, once we had the solar eclipse in the sign that the Sun rules of Leo, fantastic, the first time for 19 years on the 12th of August, that provides a backdrop whilst Jupiter's in the sign, so that's a double positive for the next 6 months, which can see communications flow so much better. But we do have the final lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces on the 28th of August, And that brings to a close that eclipse series, which has seen you grappling with that work-life balance issue. And I feel by then you probably will have tied things down. But look forwards to a very exciting second half of the year. But of course, relating is ruled by Venus. And we do have a Venus retrograde, which does begin on October the 3rd. Initially, it's going to be in the very practical 6th house. So who does and contributes what in terms of the domestic sphere around a living relationship could be something that needs to be thought about. But it inverts back into the air sign of Libra on November the 14th. And weirdly, that could potentially reconnect you to someone from your past, or see you thinking very carefully about what you want from a current relationship. But I think the key for this year for you, Gemini, is very much dialogue. And the clearer your dialogue can be, and the more heartfelt it can be, the better. So there's that part of you that can be so smart and can be very artful, you know, almost like the magician. Your ability to be a bit of a wizard with words and move the moment, I feel could get scrutinized this year, but particularly in the first half of the year. The second half of the year gives you an opportunity to set some new longer term aims and goals. The pace of life will pick up, and I think you're in for a very, very exciting second 6 months of 2026. But care with communication, with 3 retrogrades in water signs, asking you to think about life's earthy principles of everyday money, work and practicalities, but also the year beginning with your ruler in detriment, clashing with Saturn, the midpoint and Neptune, suggests that how people see you is very important this year. Your perception needs to be shaped, and being conscious of how people view you as much as how you may want to express what's important to you is going to be part of the opportunity to shape things in a more satisfactory way. So I think the first 6 months really does require some care. The second 6 months can see you really starting to speed up and absolutely charming people. And if you are looking for a new relationship, I feel it could be one that is very, very important to you. Have a great year 2026. Please visit patrickarundell.com. Welcome Cancer to your year 2026 deep dive forecast. I'm going to share with you initially some of the big themes that I feel are going to be manifesting for you in the new year. But we also need to be mindful of the solar return as we enter 2026. Those energies provide a backdrop for the entire 12 months. And there is one particularly fantastic combination of energies in your opposite sign of Capricorn, which could prove very, very positive in terms of relationships. But as you come into this new year, we need to think about the energy of your sign. You're ruled by the moon, but you are a cardinal sign. So each year when the sun returns to the sign of Cancer with the summer solstice, that's your time to really radiate out all your special qualities. But cardinal signs are about leadership. And yet right at the start of this year, the moon is actually tucked up in your 12th house, which could see you entering 2026 maybe a little bit tentatively, maybe feeling a bit unsure about what lies ahead. And part of the reason for that is that year 2025 was a lot to do with communication. But having the concept of communication doesn't mean to say that the lines of communication always work particularly well, because the energy of the solar eclipse of the 21st of September 2025 was challenged by the strident, restrictive vibe of Saturn in the part of your chart to do with higher values, anything to do with contracts, the law, travel, modes of travel too, higher education. So whatever you were thinking about achieving in terms of your self-expression, it's possible in the latter part of 25, and as you come into this new year, you could feel a little checked. I want to reassure you, however, that with Neptune followed by Saturn returning right to the top of your chart, particularly Saturn. Saturn is not at its best in the sign of Aries, which is about new beginnings, and it is the beginning of a new 29-year cycle because Saturn had that first blush into Aries last year, and its total cycle is 29.5 years. But for you, the 10th house represents very Saturn-like energies. It's about hard work, discipline, application, responsibility, and taking that lead and being someone who can share your wisdom and knowledge in a very profound way. So even though there may be some extra responsibilities coming to you this year, I wouldn't see Saturn and Neptune being in Aries as a necessary negative, but it's possible that if you're someone who's more of a free spirit, perhaps a bit more of a bohemian, and you're trying to exist in some kind of corporate environment, that could prove somewhat more challenging. So the dialogue or the communication or the conversation, which was a big part of last year because of the axis between the signs of Virgo, everyday chat, and Pisces, the more ephemeral sign of Pisces, watery like yours, has meant that perhaps as you come into this new year, you're not quite sure of the landscape, and that's completely understandable. Now, the other thing to tell you is that Mercury, the planet of communication, is going to go through 3 lots of watery retrogrades this year. But I feel that that can work to your advantage. The first one, which occurs on February the 26th through to March the 20th, is in Pisces. And because of that energy, the next eclipse we have, the lunar eclipse on March the 3rd, when the sun is in Pisces, but it will be in Virgo. Once more, that's amplifying the need for careful communication if you want to convey your ideas to be heard in the way that really works for you. But there are some stress points at the start of this year, to be honest, because although Mercury goes through 3 retrogrades, including in your own sign, which will be from June the 29th through to July the 23rd, which is 24 days, it may feel at times this year that it's a bit stop-start in terms of expressing those ideas. Even the 3rd one, which is in Scorpio from October the 24th to November the 13th, that's going to influence your social and perhaps even romantic situation. Those cross wires could come because maybe your instincts are so highly tuned that at times it gets more difficult to read the runes. But I don't think it's just going to be because of Mercury, and I will share with you what I feel the bigger picture is around communication this year. It's important as a water sign to be in touch with instincts because your ruler, the moon, is very protective, but at times it can be a little bit subjective when it comes to how you think. So for example, when Mercury is in Cancer, that's not an easy hoe. However, what is going to happen this year is we have a new eclipse series that starts to emerge from February the 17th, initially in Aquarius. Now, an eclipse is when the sun and the moon are in unison, so they're working in common support of one another. It's just that the sun in Aquarius, it's not its favourite position, it's in its detriment. But the moon in the 8th house can also bring up some fears, perhaps even subconscious fears. And so over the following 6 months, when it comes to where you're most invested, shared finances, intimacy, that may be an area that you need to work at. And that's why keeping the lines of communication open is very important. So don't get too, if you can, don't get too influenced if someone you encounter doesn't necessarily have the same worldview as you. Because one of the things that I feel Cancer people can do, if you feel the challenge, there may be a tendency at times to actually withdraw because you don't like direct confrontation. But I feel this year, particularly Saturn, is urging you to actually take a step forward into the daylight. If you do need to take on a lead and be persuasive about your ideas, even if at times people aren't necessarily hearing or getting what you're saying, keep the faith, because the move of Uranus into your 12th house for the second time after its initial 5-month visit on the 26th of April suggests over the next 7 years there are going to be lots of things shook up out of your subconscious, but it can be very powerfully positive. But Jupiter, of course, has been in your sign since the end of May last year, but unfortunately, if you recall, was challenged by Saturn in a very powerful way, an exact square on June the 15th. But as we come into this year, if there is something that you're invested in terms of hope, faith, a spiritual identity, the things you're inspired by that go beyond the material, Jupiter does actually give you quite a lot of support. It is in a square on that solar return with Chiron, so if you're feeling in some way or another that your voice doesn't get heard when it comes to your professional situation, it does really fall to you not to withdraw. Keep pushing out, even if it is at times requiring a lot of courage, because one of the things that I don't feel does get stated about your sign is your tenacity. You know, you can be tough. If you need to be, you can be very resilient, and that's a great quality. But just withdrawing, it's not always a good way to be. And I feel this year is really encouraging you not to follow that default. It's more about engagement rather than disengagement to protect. It sounds good, scuttle under the sand, it keeps you safe, but it also stops you nibbling any goodies on the beach. So stay available. I feel this is really important for you, Cancer. Now, in terms of your home and feelings part of your world, ironically, it is going to be the autumnal equinox on September the 23rd that really brings in a 3-month period where some good things can happen. There is the final eclipse, which I mentioned before, on the 28th of August in the Virgo Pisces series. This one is in Pisces. And once more, it may flag up the need to keep those lines of communication open. But what we also have towards the end of July is the nodal axis inverts into Aquarius. So where that Aquarius solar eclipse could be quite challenging, I feel, because it does clash with Uranus. So something that's been hidden could come into the open in a powerful way in the following 6 months. But I feel the node, the point of destiny, the North Node's encouraging you to listen to your instincts. And the 8th house in some ways, although it's very much to do with evolution, transition, sometimes letting go of what's not working for us, it can also be about where we're heading to put more devotion in. And there may be a period where it feels quite dislocating for you. If you're separating from something that hasn't been a success, you could feel the pain of that quite strongly, but keep pushing outwards. I think this is the way to go, because once we have the second solar eclipse of the new series in Leo on August the 12th, that gives you a chance to really improve your sense of foundations, of self-worth, of your sense of your identity, but also your financial situation can improve through the second half of this year. So keep going, and I'm going to share with you now your solar return. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us. It's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. So on the screen now, Cancer, you can see your solar return, and what I was referring to, the big three, the posse in Capricorn, your opposite sign. Now, having Venus there along with Mars, but so closely uh, coalescing around the Sun, so the midpoint between them, literally on the Sun. If you're wanting to bring a new relationship into your world or improve a pre-existing one, there's a great opportunity there by engaging. But the fascinating thing in a natal chart, if you have Mars in, or someone has Mars in the 7th house, they can be very assertive to the point that it's hard going for other people. But part of it can also be to do with defensiveness, because the 7th house may be where we connect, it may be where we find equilibrium and balance. But when Mars is in the mix, it can be where we're quite combative. But what I feel Venus does, Venus in the 7th house, is at home. It loves being there. It's much more delicate, sensitive and coquettish. It softens Mars. So if you encounter someone, as this year goes on, who really does make your pulse race, and they're prepared to keep the dialogue going, just like I feel you should, this could be a relationship that really starts to gain traction and could become so much more meaningful. The other thing about that combination, if you are wanting to revive a tie that has not necessarily had its finest moments in recent times, it's all about trying to listen better. And that's where having the Mercury retrograde in water signs is such a critical thing this year, because we can have a discussion, but we don't necessarily, our recall of that discussion doesn't necessarily match the words that are exchanged, because people feel what's been expressed in different ways. And I think that's a very Cancerian trait. And a mum who's Cancer. So I feel Cancerian people can find it tricky if they feel that some incoming is coming their way. But I would say step into it. Use Mars's support to step into it, but still be constructive. Keep the lines of communication open. So that's a wonderful alliance for you. In terms of Mercury, the communicator, for the 3rd year running, it is debilitated. It's in a very brittle part of your chart, and it's interesting because Sagittarius is a very flexing sign, it's mutable, can be very open-minded, but it's saying to you, don't be sloppy about details this year. It's also in a square with Neptune and Saturn, but also the Sun Moon midpoint, which is the yin yang of the chart. If we think your Moon is very much, your rulers are very much receptiveness and nurture, support, can be empathetic, very caring. The Sun's much more about action. The two together is the blend of the more masculine and more feminine energies, not based on gender. So the combination of those two in Pisces, in a water sign, but very close to Saturn, suggests that when it comes to anything to do with contracts, that could be a tricky arena this year. And because of the Mercury square, if you are discussing anything to do with a legal matter, perhaps it is to do with a divorce or alimony or dividing assets, or it's a business negotiation, being very precise about the details is vital, because Neptune particularly can distort in that square with Mercury in a really quite challenging way. But also I draw your attention to the Moon, your ruler. It's in your 12th house. Now it's in a fine link with Pluto in Aquarius. If you're open to diving deep, that combination helps you. What's more challenging is the Moon's angle, not so much to Venus, but I feel to the Sun. So they're in a quincunx. So again, your subconscious can play quite the role in how you're trying to relate to people. And that's really the challenge of this year, because in a way, Saturn particularly is pushing you into the limelight, whether you like it or not. People can find your words, your ideas, your mode of expression captivating, believe that, but also it is important to try to blend together that more logical, cerebral part of your nature with that more feeling part of your nature, but make sure that the distortion that comes from the square between Mercury and Neptune isn't influencing your judgment and your rationality. I'm not saying that you're going to have many moments of the year, but there could be some key times when you feel sort of overwhelmed by the demands of situations, like we all do. This is part of the human state. And just remember that Jupiter in your sign that's a delightful opportunity right through to the end of June. But once Jupiter moves, what it can do for you is bring extra money along with that solar eclipse in the sign of Leo from August the 12th. So I think the second half of this year can see you doing much better in terms of income and resources. But Jupiter also starts this year in a square with Chiron. If you do feel that your career hasn't quite worked out recently, and maybe you feel you put everything into it, try to think about what you can learn from the experience. I feel that life is almost like a series of bridges. We can do particular roles or have particular experiences with people, whether it's family members or partners or friends. Sometimes it's something that's joyful and we celebrate. Sometimes it's profoundly disappointing. But each time we make our way to the next bridge, we're much wiser for the knowledge that we've got. And when we go over a series of bridges, particularly if we trust the process, it will take us, if we listen to our instincts, which is your gift, as long as you don't overthink things, keep the dialogue going and let other people's viewpoints come in, that actually can animate this year in an incredibly positive way. Just one thing to say, that Venus the relator is going to be going into retrograde on October the 3rd in your sign of romance, sector of romance, and it does wind back into a more feeling sector. So if there is a relationship you're not quite sure of, it could show up at that time. And yeah, it is also true to say that there is the Mercury retrograde in your sign, which is going to go across June the 29th, as mentioned, to July the 23rd. That could be a time when you feel a bit bogged down. You may have to go over old ground, but Mercury retrogrades are such an opportunity to review, redo, and go again. And that's what you can learn from that experience. So even if there are times this year, Cancer, when it does feel there's a lot of emotion going around, particularly around communication and conversation, keep the drawbridge down, because I actually feel it will be very much to your advantage. And there is a very exciting last half of the year in terms of enjoying creature comforts, great food, getting together with people and exchanging things, perhaps even sensual moments. But that Jupiter and solar eclipse alliance in the second half of this year, and the North Node going into Aquarius at the end of July, will, I think, offset some of the challenges of that Aquarius solar eclipse of the 17th of February, and also Saturn being right at the top of your chart. Have a great year. Please check out patrickarundell.com for more information. Welcome, Leo, to your in-depth year 2026 horoscope forecast. I'm going to share with you, first of all, some of the big themes of the year ahead. Then on screen, the solar return right at the start of the year, which always provides an influential backdrop for the whole 12 months. I'll then go through all the key dates and give you a clear guide of what you can expect for this exciting new year. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. A very warm welcome. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it to continue to thrive, and do so now. This year begins with a lot of energy, as ever, in the sign of Capricorn. But we need to be conscious of the energy that's working its way into the year from the eclipses which occurred in September, which have a 6-month backdrop, so September 2025. And the second of those was the solar eclipse in Virgo. That's an opportunity for you to think seriously about the foundations in your world, but also your sense of self-worth, your personal value. Now, if you're connecting to anyone closely as you come into 26 who's not very responsive and not very appreciative of what you give, that's going to be something that's a sticking point for you throughout the year, because there's going to be 2 more eclipses this year across the signs of Virgo and Pisces, but they're both lunar eclipse. So that brings emotion to the fore. It's where the sun and the moon are actually challenging one another. And the first of those occurs on the 3rd of March. So just be aware the ins and outgoings in a practical sense may be part of your thinking, but also where you're most invested, which is the energy of Pisces. And if you're connecting well with someone, you're both putting a lot of effort in and you've both got each other's backs. It could be a year where you really significantly build up your resources in a significant way, but also your sense of worth. But also, as we come into this year, we need to be mindful of Mercury, because for the third year running, Mercury, the planet of communication, is actually in a challenging location. But for you, it's in a part of your chart which can be quite flamboyant. It's where you can express your talents, but it's tested by Neptune and Saturn, but also something called the Sun-Moon midpoint, which is very close to Saturn, and that's in that 8th house. So if you're trying to collaborate, particularly if you are someone who's got a lot of ideas or talent or artistry with people who don't really get what you have to offer, that could also be a pinch point, as could any relationship where you feel someone's a bit possessive or controlling and doesn't like it when you glow up and show the glory of the charisma of your sign. So that could be a bit of a theme too. But we're going to see a very important event on February the 17th, because for the first time in 19 years, we have a new eclipse series starting between your sign and Aquarius. But the key is the Sun in Aquarius is in detriment. It's not its best location, unlike your sign. And it's also a solar eclipse which clashes in a very challenging way to Uranus, the planet of freedom, which at this point in the year retains its place in the part of your chart to do with your connection to the world. Now, 4 times since 2019 in March, there may have been some big changes around your work. We all know the world is changing quickly, so even if we haven't particularly changed, the resources or the way we work has perhaps done so. And for example, working from home, working more flexibly. So it may be that if you're needing to collaborate with someone, perhaps professionally, who's somewhat unpredictable, that can have an impact on your relationship, not necessarily that relationship alone, but even your personal relationship. So that's a big deal. But we also have Neptune, the planet of dreams, and then Saturn, the planet of structure, return back into your sister fire sign of Aries. The end of January with Neptune and mid-February with Saturn. They come together in an exact conjunction on the 18th of February. And that's going to be very, very important, because the sign of Aries is the start of the Zodiac. But for you, it's about where you can be more adventurous, where you can escape, where you can be more spontaneous. Now, none of those adjectives are usually applied to the role of Saturn, which can be quite scrutinizing. Well, it's basically saying to you, if you want to grow and expand this year, I think you're going to have to work very hard at it. And Saturn really appreciates it when we really apply ourselves. We put the perspiration in to any ideas that we have. So that could be quite a theme for you from then on. But Neptune in the 9th house, it's important that you keep whatever it is you want to work with real, because Neptune can be very idolized. Now, Saturn will help initially that process, but Saturn then starts to advance forwards, gets up to 14 degrees before the retrograde begins, the annual 5-month retrograde. But if you are someone who wants to trade overseas, be more entrepreneurial, if you're someone who wants to learn a language, if you're discussing a contract, Saturn obviously is going to be pushing you to put that application in. But we also have 3 lots of Mercury retrogrades this year, but they're all in water signs, and that could be a challenge for a fire sign like you, because let's just think of the element. If you light a barbecue and it rains, it doesn't make it much fun. So to avoid getting bogged down in what Mercury retrogrades can do, it's going to be important to understand the areas that they're going to manifest in. Now, the first one does occur in the sign of Pisces, and that's going to be from February the 26th through to March the 20th, and that is about those shared finances, investments, where you may want to be collaborating very deeply, investing. So if you are talking about anything to do with long-term financial planning, particularly with Saturn and Neptune in your sector of contracts, clarity is going to be very, very important, because what you're told is not necessarily what is going to happen, because that's what can occur with Mercury in Pisces. It really isn't very happy there. It's detrimented, but it's also in its full. So it's a challenging location for Mercury. So there could be some very important conversations you need to have. And don't forget, there is that lunar eclipse on the 3rd of February that we will be surfing at that time, which is asking you to stay very much aware of the give and take, the ins and outs in your situation. But if you recall, last year Uranus, the planet of surprises, of independence, of higher truths, rules the sky and mythology, but it's also very much to do with provocation in some ways. That returns to your 11th house, but it's going to be there for the long term. So it visits each sign initially for 5 months, so back into Gemini, and I think that's a very positive thing for you. If you have gone through a bumpy time professionally in the last 7 years, now you can look forwards to building up your collaborations with others. There may have been some of that last year, to be honest, and if it was quite a flexible arrangement, or it was with people who really understand you, give you space, can flex into your needs, that's probably worked very well. And those are the kind of relationships you'll appreciate, not just this year, but over these next 7 years or so. But also Jupiter, the planet of growth, retains its place through to the end of June in a very spiritual part of your situation. Now, not everyone may have an appetite for traditional religion, but I think most of us have an appetite for healing, for understanding ourselves, and that part of your situation can actually be very positive in the first half of this year. But then Jupiter returns to your sign. If we think that Jupiter governs the second decan of the sign of Leo, and your sign is also ruled by the Sun, Jupiter ruling your sign instantly gets a glow up. You're about charisma and definitely about personality power. So Jupiter moving here gives you the chance to demonstrate to people your talents. But as it arrives, if you like, the event chart for Jupiter's return to Leo is going to be quickly in an opposition with Pluto. And that's going to give you an awful lot of drive, determination to go for what you want. But Jupiter in the sign of Leo will also help to burnish a natural gift you have, which is confidence. You may not always feel inside of you quite as sure as other people think you're presenting, but honestly, Jupiter will help. The danger with Jupiter in our own sign is that you can read lots of articles telling you that everything will fall into place, and unfortunately that's not the case. We still have to put the industry in. If we just assume everything will land on our laps as we want, that's when Jupiter doesn't work so well. So we need to be very applied still, and that's what Saturn will help you with. But Jupiter generally very, very good for you, and of course it's going to move forwards, forge a great link to Saturn, so you get a great balance between the enterprise and optimism in Jupiter and the realism of Saturn. But what we then next have is at the end of July, the true North Node inverses back into the sign of Aquarius for the first time in 18.7 years. Now that's your sector of relating, and guess what's influencing that all this year? Yes, the mighty but the tiny Pluto. You're learning and will continue to learn much more about your needs in terms of your connections. Connections don't necessarily have to be of a romantic kind, and also relationships, the first of which is with ourselves. But Pluto can be the revealer. If there have been things that we're not seeing or not acknowledging or have been hidden from us, then Pluto can bring them out into the open. But I feel having the North Node in the sign of Aquarius is a real opportunity to develop cooperation and collaboration. Now that runs against the grain a little bit for you, because you like to be the person at the centre of things, but the more you can give and take, the better things will be for you. Because we're going to have on August the 12th a solar eclipse, again, the first time in 19 years, in your sign. But the significance is your sign is ruled by the sun. So fantastic chance for you. You're going to have Jupiter in residence, but also a celestial bonus ball that Mercury's going to be at home in Leo too. Whatever it is that you feel very excited about, but particularly if it helps you to elevate your talent, your individual spirit, what you're very passionate about. It doesn't matter if it's a relationship, a hobby, a friendship, the support of a sports team. You're just going to be given a larger than life side of yourself, and that's going to buoy you up in a marvellous way over the following 6 months. So really, really exciting. It's just that we do have the second of the Mercury retrogrades that's going to precede the move of the Sun into your sign, and that is from June the 29th through to July the 23rd. So you may find there's a bit of sluggish stuff before this speed up from the time of the eclipse, but look forwards to it. We're also then going to see a third Mercury retrograde in Scorpio, and that starts on October the 24th through to November the 13th. So if you are discussing moving, there's some conveyancing to be done, you need to speak to a realtor or an estate agent, raise finance for it, or you need to get a contractor to come into your home, or you do work from home, things could get very bogged down during that period. But I want you to know also on August the 28th, we get the final eclipse between Pisces and Virgo, and this one is in Pisces. It means through the last 6 months of this year, you can define your individuality with the help of the solar eclipse and Jupiter, but you still need to be mindful of where you're most connected, and perhaps also in some ways, Leo, if I may dare say so, where you're most attached, because the second, 8th houses are very much about attachment, and sometimes our attachments aren't always healthy for us. It can be to someone we've known a long time. They may provide certain security and stability in our life, but if there's not really a meeting of our needs, or we don't really feel energetically that they lift us up, we're always going to feel slightly disappointed. And I think that one of the opportunities for the second half of the year is to grow more into what you have to offer, and if in some ways you can still collaborate and work closely with people and it's flowing backwards and forwards, all well and good. But if it's not, and the relationship is struggling a little bit, that is going to show up with Venus's retrograde on October the 3rd through to November the 14th. And, you know, maybe a relationship where you just don't feel valued, or you don't feel adored and admired, because that solar eclipse is really going to turn up to maximum that part of your nature. We know that all of us like to be liked. It's a basic human need. But if we're not liked, I think it's very important to be respected. So if you're in any situation where you don't feel respected, you're not really getting the attention or the appreciation, well, that's giving you the message that something needs to change. And one of the things the solar eclipse and Jupiter can do is give you the confidence to seize the moment and do things in your own right. Because one of the unique things about Leo, although you have this larger than life presence and are often seen by other subjects as very self-assured, sometimes perhaps all the way to being arrogant. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that could be sometimes said. You don't always find it easy to start things on your own. Very often you're very good at sustained effort over a very long period of time. So Uranus moving into your 11th house, which is about friendships, your network, your long-term plan, it's a very freeing location for that. And Jupiter into your sign and the solar eclipse, I feel they're really pushing you to have much more self-belief. Whatever people believe of your personality that you give out, if you have got some kind of part of you that's unsure, the second half of this year is really encouraging you to break free from things that bog you down, hold you back, don't hold you up. And that is the opportunity. Now, in terms of the solar return, but just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us. It's totally unique to each person. But understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. On the screen now, I'm sharing the event chart. And this, right at the start of the year, is intriguing. As always, the sun is in the sign of Capricorn, which is the 6th house. The 6th house is very much about routines. It can be about where we need to be a bit more virtuous. Many of us set a New Year's resolution at this time of year. Whether we keep to it or not, of course, is another matter. But you'll see that Mars and Venus are either side of the Sun. If you do a job where you take a lot of personal satisfaction from helping others, your passion for that role can really be something that brings a reward this year. If you're single, there could be an opportunity to meet someone in a very ordinary location. And even if you're racking your brains what that could be as I'm speaking, it could be so random that it may be the supermarket queue, it could be waiting for a train, it may be at the gym, it just could be so completely off the cuff. But if you do have a chance to work with someone and demonstrate to them that a part of your nature that I don't feel gets celebrated enough, which is your kindness and generosity, that helps you in a very earthy way to start to get to know each other. And a significant time, whether it's at work, in a friendship, or romantically, could come from one of these very mundane connections. But I also want to draw your attention to Mercury, because I mentioned this before. Mercury in the sign of Sagittarius is in its detriment. And for you, it's a very playful area. So the Jupiterian energy of Sagittarius's ruler means that sometimes with Mercury there it can promise more than it delivers. So that's something to avoid. But look at the position of Saturn and Neptune. They're in that deep transformational 8th house, but you can see the sun and the moon next to them. That's the midpoint. And the midpoint is the yin-yang of the chart for us all this year, very close to Saturn. That tells me for all of us, we're going to have to work this year and work hard. And particularly in understanding that with Neptune so close to the position of Saturn, some of the things that have preserved us in the past could be eroded somewhat. So Mercury's there urging you on to showcase your wonderful talents, but if you're wanting to receive payment, monetize those talents, it won't necessarily be easy. And in a romantic context, because the 8th house can be about a very deep relationship, if there is some possessiveness or control going on, that's something that could get flagged up. But also I mentioned that Uranus has been making its way through a very visible part of your chart the last 7 years, starts this year in the same location, but is too in an awkward angle to Mercury. And so Uranus in the 10th could make you give you very itchy feet if you're in a very dull job. And with Mercury feeding in that quincunx, which can be challenging, it's hard to integrate the two energies. So if you're wanting to try some new techniques or approaches, but you work in a stodgy organisation that expects things to be done as they say, very top down, it won't work for you. So if you are someone who's more entrepreneurial, it may be that you do need to step outside the comfort zone of what's more regular and routine. And that may be the rub around balancing those ins and outs. So if you do something different, it might have some kind of financial challenge attached to it. But you can see that Jupiter's there, Jupiter in your 12th house, linking with Saturn and Neptune in the 8th. The more you can understand the psychological dimension of your life in your situation. Also, if need be, dive deep to apply to yourself some letting go of past hurts and disappointments. That can be very liberating too. You'll see the moon is actually in a very friendly location, Gemini, that's lovely. Great link to Pluto in your sector of relating. So there's going to be some exciting new friendships coming this year, I feel, for sure. But the moon's not in such a collaborative relationship with the players in Capricorn. So as much as the moon can be friendly in the 11th house, just be aware the 6th house is more concerned with not having fun necessarily. It's quite routine. It's wanting things to be done in a very timely, efficient way. It's not so sexy, to be honest. So just be conscious of that, whoever you're linking with, however much you may be up for, particularly in the second half of this year, being more flamboyant. In the first half of the year, I think that will be something that could be challenged. So just know, with the first solar eclipse in that abrasive right angle with Uranus, a professional relationship could be a bit tender the first 6 months of the year. If there are power dynamics playing out in an existing relationship and you don't feel that you can be as free to do what you need to do, could even be with a friend who always seems to know or want to know what you're doing, and that can be quite stifling. But if you're doing something that's very dedicated and detailed and you're passionate about it and it helps others, there's an opportunity this year for advancement, and particularly some very positive relationships, maybe all the way to a romantic tie. But in the second half of this year, I feel that you're going to light up in a way that you haven't really experienced for quite some time. There's been a lot of heavy energies in recent years, Leo, and I think your chance back in the sunlight, and you're going to receive a lot more attention, potentially a lot of acclaim. And the trick really is just that you will have to put that application in and the perspiration, and together with your natural charisma and talent, that's a winning mix in the second half of year 2026. Have a great year. Please join me at patrickarundell.com. You can enjoy your free daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love and Vedic horoscopes, and also my 3 card tarot, and also sign up for your free daily horoscope delivered to your device each morning. That's patrickarundell.com. Welcome, Virgo, to your in-depth year 2026 horoscope forecast. I'm going to share with you first of all some of the big themes for the year ahead. Then on screen I'll share the solar return right at the start of the year, which provides an influential backdrop for the whole 12 months, and there is a glorious influence in there for you. I'll then go through all the key dates, the big changes ahead, to give you a clear timeline of what you can expect for the next year. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. It's a pleasure to be with you. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please do so now and help it to continue to thrive. As you go into this new year, the eclipse series, which has been prominent over the last year or so, is still active. In fact, if we go back to September, you'll remember on the 7th of September, the lunar eclipse in your opposite sign was in Pisces, and then you had the solar eclipse, the first for 19 years, on the 21st of September. Now, the solar eclipse is urging you to showcase your individuality. The lunar eclipses are in Pisces are reminding you of how you connect to others. So as we come into this new year, that's still a big theme for you. Now we're going to have 2 more eclipses across Virgo and Pisces in this new year. The first on the 3rd of March, the second on the 28th of August, but both this year are lunar eclipses. So that's where the sun and the moon are competing. Not so easy to create a more combined effort. But what you also have as you come into this new year is a fantastic alliance between Venus and Mars and the Sun in the sign of Capricorn, which shares your Earth triplicity. And that's very much about demonstrating your flair, but it can also be about sociability and warmth. But there are other threads of this year which are much more practical, not least Pluto continues its journey in your 6th house, urging you perhaps to think about different approaches to work, your physical well-being, kind of Virgo feel really and theme, and maybe where you feel things have gone a little stale in your life, thinking about where there could in some ways be some rejuvenation. And of course Saturn, the planet of limitation, and Neptune, the planet of dreams and our ideals, they start this year in your sector of relationships. So that means, running on from that lunar eclipse of last September the 7th, if there are any ties that are fragile, those may show up quite early in this new year, I feel. But we're also going to see a new eclipse series starting in the sign of Aquarius, and that's on the 17th of February. That brings in an energy to echo that Plutonian energy of transformation around the practicalities in your life, but it's very late in the sign of Aquarius, and it's clashing with the modern ruler of the sign, Uranus. Now Uranus over recent years, apart from 5 months last year, has been pushing you to be more daring, a bit more experimental, particularly in terms of travel and creating more personal freedom in your life. But this year, at the end of April, well, Uranus is going to move back into your sector of work, and it will connect back to that position of Pluto. So some kind of massive change about what you do for your work is definitely a prospect for this year. But if you're in an organisation or a role where you feel thwarted, it's not very creative, and it's creating a lot of stress, that solar eclipse at the end, or at the middle of February, is likely to flag it up for you. Now we do also have Jupiter, the planet of hope, optimism and expansion, in a very friendly part of your chart. Now it moved into that location last year, but then clashed with the position of Saturn. So there may have been some friendships that started to make way, but I think in the first 6 months of this year, there may be some new alliances that you're forging that could work out very well for you. But then Jupiter is going to relocate at the end of June into a deeper, more spiritual part of your situation. If you're interested in healing, it's going to go through a big growth spurt from that point. At the end of July, the North Node, being in your opposite sign of Pisces, will invert back into Aquarius. That's significant because that echoes that solar eclipse. They always work with the eclipses, the nodal axis, but also that position of Pluto. Because you're someone who has a real appreciation of dedication, of service, of doing things in an efficient way, in a way, the energy in Aquarius is quite provocative. It's asking you to perhaps think about things that have worked very well for you for a long time, that may have almost been metronomic in your life, but you're being asked to be very open-minded because some reforms may be needed, not least, not necessarily because of you, but because the world around us is changing so quickly. So just be prepared for that. And after the North Node enters your 6th house, we then have a solar eclipse in your 12th house, echoing the energy of Jupiter. So this year is going to see a big theme of actualizing your individuality, your talent, what you want in terms of justifying your life force, very first house, in terms of how you connect and collaborate with others. But there are some big shifts around your physical world, your practical realities, but also the more psychological domain is going to become much stronger in the second half of the year. Now that lunar eclipse, which occurs in the sign of Pisces on the 28th of August, really is the back end energy of the year, that's really significant for you. So the energies that you've been experiencing in trying to find that midpoint between what you need and how you collaborate, that's your chance to refine that. But the other thing to tell you is that your ruling planet Mercury is going to spend its retrograde this year in water signs. It begins with Pisces, it's then through Cancer, and then in Scorpio. That's intriguing because the first one is in your sector of relationships, second in the part of your scope to do with your friendships and group alliances, and the last one's to do with quick communications. And because of the watery energies of those three signs, being attuned to the emotion of all sorts of communication will be important this year. You can be very cool. Your analysis is your great strength, but also because you're very precise, it can see you zoning in on the detail of situations, and these watery retrogrades could push you in some ways to widen your lens and see things in perhaps a different way. You also start this year with your ruler Mercury in a tender location. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us. It's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. So on the screen now, I'm sharing your event chart. So you can see that Mercury, your ruler, is in the sign of Sagittarius. So for the third year running, in a sign that it's detrimented in. But it's pushing you to think about where you live and how you live there and who with. But look at the location of Neptune and Saturn, but critically also the midpoint between the moon in Gemini at the top of your chart and the sun in Capricorn in the radiant 5th house. That midpoint's very close to Saturn. So I think this is going to be a very significant year for your relationships, but it could be as much about family and emotional relationships as much as a romantic one. Or in a romantic relationship, you could be encouraged, nudged towards being much more in touch with how things feel, not just how things appear. So that's really one of the big themes of this year. So as much as Mercury gives you a great ability to examine, sift through situations and try to get into the nub of things, you are being asked to just be a bit more conscious of how it feels and seems, particularly to others, because that gathering of energy in Pisces, along with the North Node, which will be reflected by the lunar eclipse of the 3rd of March, is really reminding you of the importance. It's not necessarily just what we want or how we say it, it's how it's received. And being attuned carefully to other people is one of the areas of growth that can occur for you this year. So in a very positive way, it could bring someone new and exciting into your world, particularly Virgo, because the standout feature of your solar return is the gathering of Venus, the Sun and Mars in your 5th house. The 5th house can be about play, can be about sociability, can be about children if you have them or you'd like to have them, but it also can be about romance. And having Venus and Mars together in the earthy Capricorn, which shares your triplicity, why not? That's absolutely divine. Mars also loves being in Capricorn. It's in its exaltation. So this is encouraging you. Whatever you want to manifest, how you set your intentions, particularly with that solar eclipse of last September, you have a strong chance of achieving it if you can stay very attuned to your connections to others. So you're going to find yourself if you want to, much more interactive with other people. And if you have got talents which you really want to bring to the fore, this is a great opportunity to showcase them. But I also want to make you aware that your ruler Mercury is in a quincunx, a 150-degree angle with Uranus. If you are in accommodation which is too small, I feel that Uranus can make you very restless, because what we have with a quincunx is a lack of integration. So Mercury in the 4th house can see you think a lot about what you need around home, family, your emotions, but expressing it can be a bit more challenging, particularly that square to Saturn and that distortion to the right angle to Neptune. So what Uranus can do at times is suddenly push into the open some of your frustrations, but not necessarily in the way that you might choose. Also, the moon is right at the top of your chart, suggesting that it will be more difficult than usual to disguise how you feel. Many of us can be quite private about our deep inner world. One way or another, it could be that your feelings do show up this year in a much bolder and out there way. But if that happens, I think you should seize the opportunity. So recapping on your year, Virgo, you're a sign which is very invested in providing support and services to others. You have a strong sense of duty. You're very practical. You like to achieve tangible outcomes. That's all wonderful. But the energy from that solar eclipse last September is reminding you that all of us have individual needs as well. If you're too bogged down in providing what other people want, however noble it may be, you may be missing a chance to flag up your uniqueness. Now that gathering of energy, that stellium in Capricorn at the turn of the year, really is fabulous for you. It's going to give you a greater sense of personal confidence about your attractiveness and allure, which is also very, very positive too. But the energy in your 7th house, which is where we need to connect to others, is very profound. The node to begin with, the north node, the midpoint, the sun and the moon, the yin yang at the chart, but also that's close to Saturn and Neptune. So if there's a relationship that's not working, I think it's going to be something you do need to grapple with. You can't just push that to one side. And if you are feeling closed in emotionally or physically in where you live, Uranus is suggesting that you may find that you have quite itchy feet, even if you're someone who's quite adhered to routine. And then the energy of the new eclipse series come in between Aquarius and the sign of Leo, plus also the North Node coming into Aquarius, and the existence of Pluto is suggesting that working on the details of things in the way you have in the past could be right for some kind of reboot, because Pluto encourages us to let go of what's no longer serving our purpose. And also Saturn and Neptune will move from their early locations in your sector of relating early in the year, late in January and mid-February, and come together in an exact alliance on the 18th of February, suggesting that some big transformations are ahead for you throughout year 2026. I hope you have a fabulous year. If you'd like to have or get some more information, please join me daily at patrickarundell.com. You can watch and read your free daily, weekly, monthly, yearly general horoscope, your love horoscopes, your Vedic horoscopes, and also enjoy my stunning 3 card tarot. Take care, all the best, and bye. Welcome Libra to your year 2026 deep dive horoscope forecast. I'm going to share with you first of all some of the big themes for the year ahead. Then on screen I'll share the solar return right at the start of the year, which always provides an influential backdrop for the whole 12 months, and your ruler Venus is right at the heart of the action. I'm then going to thread it all together to give you a timeline of all the major events of this year and how they're going to play out for you, including a Venus retrograde in the autumn. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're new to my channel, please subscribe and help it to continue to thrive. So last year, Jupiter, the planet of opportunity, moved into a very powerful part of your chart, but was challenged straight away by the strict and restrictive energies of Saturn. So it may be that you didn't quite achieve the breakthrough you wanted when it came to goals and ambitions. In the first 6 months of this year, I feel there's a really strong opportunity for you to start to make progress. So that's really exciting. Also, as we come into this new year, we need to be mindful of the eclipse series, which is ongoing. And in September in 25, we had two. The first, a lunar eclipse, the second, a solar eclipse. That lunar eclipse occurred in the part of your chart to do with obligation and duty, hard work, application, but also to do with your physical well-being. And if you recall, the strict Saturn moved back into that area on the 1st of September. So as you come into this year, Saturn and the dreamy Neptune are still in house 6. So that's significant. But you also have the energy of those eclipses feeding in to not just Saturn and Neptune, but the North Node, which starts 2026 still in Pisces. And that's a reflection of the eclipses. So finding the midpoint between what you give, what you're prepared to be very dedicated around, what gives you personal satisfaction, where you take your responsibilities and duties seriously, but another part of your needs, which is much more spiritual, and the need to indulge at times in just giving yourself space, peace, tranquility, rest, healing. There's a little bit of a juggle, and that is going to continue throughout this year because we've got two more lunar eclipses going across the signs of Virgo and Pisces. However, we have got a new eclipse series beginning, and the first of these is in your sister air sign of Aquarius. That's on the 17th of February. It is as the Sun is reaching the end of its journey through Aquarius, and it does clash in a very turbulent way, potentially, with Uranus, the planet of disruption, which has, apart from the 5 months of last year, when it moved into the enterprise in 9th house for you, it has been in your 8th house. So close alliances and anything to do with long-term money have probably been quite unsettled. So as you come into this year, Uranus retains that location, but it is switching back into Gemini at the end of April on the 26th. But that solar eclipse suggests that if you are in a romantic situation, for example, where you feel a bit closed in, or someone's rather too possessive or controlling, that's something you're going to find very difficult to accept. And part of the energy of the eclipses is to not be too much of a giver. It is about knowing when to say no. And because your sign is very predicated on being very skilled at understanding what other people want, it becomes a very empty experience if it's too much give and not enough get. So in a way, that solar eclipse is very supportive. And of course, you've got Pluto in Aquarius at the start of the year still. It starts the year in the sign of Aquarius, but it is going to be very powerful, particularly when it links to the position of Uranus when it returns back to Gemini. So the end of April can be a time when some new exciting adventures, especially romantically, could start to show up for you. But then Neptune and Saturn are going to be moving back into your sector of relating. Neptune towards the end of January and Saturn mid-February, and they coalesce together, which is a very rare alliance, on the 18th of February. If you are in a relationship which you're not enjoying, the chances are Saturn particularly is encouraging you to peel away the illusion, Neptune, and be more realistic about what the prospects are to make this work or not. However, you do have the first of those lunar eclipses in the sign of Virgo, which occurs on the 3rd of March. Once again, you might be thinking about what you do for a living. If you work in a service orientated job, anything to do with distribution or food, health or care, it's possible that if you're feeling overloaded or overwhelmed, you're going to want to firm up those boundaries. But perhaps in a way, what Uranus is going to push you to do by the end of April is to be a bit more daring about breaking away from anything which doesn't really respect and recognize just how dedicated you can be. And because Jupiter is much freer as we go into this new year, much more able to elevate your talents and connect you to influential people, your hard work and dedication can be something that comes back to you. Now, we then have the move of Jupiter into the sign of Leo, and that too is going to connect to Uranus and back to Pluto. So that's intriguing because that energy can be electric. What Jupiter will do when it moves into the sign of Leo is make you very conscious of who you want to be with, the people you want to celebrate, the causes that give you inspiration. It's brilliant for friendship, and if you are a joiner naturally, the second half of this year could see you much more social. But also it could see you changing some of your long-term plans and philosophies, because on the 12th of August we're going to have the second new eclipse of the year in Leo. Now this one, also with Jupiter in residency, but also Mercury, really is pumping you up to showcase everything about you. You know, you're someone who understands fairness, balance, you have great taste, you understand trends, can be skillful at handling people, and Jupiter's going to give you a lot more confidence in terms of all sorts of connections. If you are quite a sociable person, as I mentioned, I think the second half of the year will be lively. If you're less so, you could be surprised by how much more enthusiastic you are about meeting up and forging new networks. But then we have the final eclipse of the year in the sign of Pisces, and that brings to a close the series between Virgo and Pisces, but it still provides a backdrop energy for the last half of 26. And essentially, again, it's all about managing and balancing physical and emotional. And you know, we live in a world where some people find the emotional sphere quite challenging and want to be very focused on facts and figures. Other people are much more comfortable with the spiritual and emotional dimension. So it depends what's going on within you. But if you can integrate those two polarities more successfully, your health will improve this year. Energetically, you will feel better. And part of the process is going to be about gaining greater confidence to say no. And Saturn being on your 7th house cusp, he advances to 14 degrees before slamming on the brakes, will certainly be key to that. Now, if you did meet someone new this year, particularly in the early part of the year, and it did feel really good, just know that Saturn's retrograde begins on July the 26th. It's always an annual 5-month event, and through to December the 10th, that could be a time when you do have to really work at it. But you know, even the best of relationships don't necessarily come handed to us on a gilded plate. Application is always important, particularly with Saturn in the mix. But I feel that Saturn in your 7th house can challenge you about all sorts of relationships. It can also challenge you about your relationship with yourself. How are you approaching your sense of self-worth? Saturn in Aries is not its best location. Aries is about new beginnings, and Saturn here is in its full. Saturn limits, Aries likes to go for it. But I still think you can make it work for you well because of that part of you that can, when I've said this in the past, it has created much comment, there can be part of you that can be a little bit too attuned to the needs of others. But of course it depends on your unique nativity. But anyone who has Venus in the 7th house, the moon in the 7th house, very Libran type charts, can find that their identity can at times dissolve in terms of keeping everyone else buoyant. So very important to keep working, particularly with all the lessons of Pluto since 2008, protecting your emotional world. And if there are players around you, whether it's friends, colleagues, family members, who don't respect you as much as they should, they're going to be in for a little bit of a surprise this year because you're going to be very unyielding, I feel. Now, I need to mention to you that the Mercury retrogrades this year are all in water signs. It starts with Pisces, then we have one in Cancer, then we have one in Scorpio. The significance is the first of them occurs in a part of your situation which is to do with your obligations and responsibilities. So from February the 26th to March the 20th, if you are applying for a job or you're needing to make sure that your work is being done in a very ordered way, that could be a time when things get bogged down or a few oversights could occur. There could be those inevitable delays, but remember, Mercury retrograde is an opportunity to reset. So a Mercury retrograde in house 6, very Virgoan, but in a water sign, it's asking you as a logical air sign to stay in touch with your feelings. Then the next one is on June the 29th to July the 23rd in Cancer. Now that's your sector of success. That's 24 days. Now Jupiter at that point will have just left. So it is important, if you have achieved some kind of level of notability, helped your profile to gain greater recognition, that you don't take anything for granted through that particular retrograde. And then again, on October the 24th to November the 13th, the retrograde in Scorpio asks you to be very careful with everyday finances. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this, there is a retrograde for Venus. It begins in your second house of everyday money on October the 3rd, and it rewinds back to 22 degrees Libra on November the 14th. There may be something new that you're attempting at that part of the year that may need rethinking in some ways. If it is a relationship scenario, maybe someone that you're drawn to in a very sensual way initially turns out not to necessarily have the values that you thought they had. So again, the scales can fall from your eyes. So being attuned to the emotional dimension, very important with that Venus retrograde in Scorpio, the retrograde of Mercury in Scorpio, Cancer and Pisces. So however much you're thinking about practicalities, the Pisces Mercury retrograde, 6th house, details, the Mercury retrograde in Cancer, success and connection to influential people, your connection to the world, and the Scorpio one, everyday money, being attuned to the feeling as well as the logic, very, very important. Now I'm going to share with you now your solar return. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us, it's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. And the exciting thing I wanted to share with you was about Venus, because Venus in the sign of Capricorn can be a bit cautious, but it's very close to Mars, but either of them lay either side of the sun. The sun's always in Capricorn at this time of the year, and so as we come into the new year, just in the second decan of Capricorn, that's sub-ruled by your ruler Venus, but through its influence of the sign of Taurus. But what I feel that combination says, if you're wanting to move home this year, or you're wanting to renovate where you live, or redecorate, or get significant changes going with your furnishings, or you want to start a home-based business, or you want to start a family, that's a glorious set of influences. It also suggests that if there have been real strains around your family life since 2008, things could get onto a much better footing. I can't promise that there would be a reunion. What I would say is there may be new people coming into your world who have much more of an emotional compass. But it may be through your grandchildren, it could be through people that you're very close to in your extended family. But that's a lovely combination between those three. What we do need to be mindful of, however, is the position of Mercury, because Mercury is in Sagittarius for the 3rd year running. It's just amazing, the synchronicity of astrology, because Mercury doesn't like being in the sign of Sagittarius. It's in its fall. Sagittarius is big and bold and can make at times the claims that somewhat can be exaggerated. Mercury's rulership of the sign of Virgo in particular is about precision, and its rulership of the sign of Gemini is about quick communications. Now, for you personally, the overlay of Mercury is in house 3, so it has a kind of Gemini feel. But that suggests that there will be opportunities to convey messages this year, which you have a great gift for. But look at the position of Neptune and Saturn. They're squaring up Mercury. Whatever you want to say this year, don't necessarily assume it will be heard in the way you mean. However skillful you are, however much you cut it into bite-sized pieces, however authoritative you are, however compelling and interesting your message is, someone may receive or scrutinize it in a way you don't want. So just be aware, particularly with the Sun at 10:34 in Capricorn and the Moon at 6:43 in Gemini, your sister air sign, the midpoint between the two, the shortest point between the two, which is the yin-yang of the chart for all of us, sees a midpoint that's very, very close to Saturn. You can see the Sun and the Moon together. And that's in the 6th house, suggesting, along with the node initially, and of course also the 2 lunar eclipses going between Virgo and Pisces, and the ongoing eclipses that come into the new year, that you do need to still take care of the business side of things. Make sure that you're very pragmatic in your approach, very earthy. Your idealism could at times be challenged. If you accept that, because the solar return does provide a backdrop despite the fact that Saturn and Neptune are going to be moving, if you can accept that you do need to be very efficient, you need to be very ordered in your approach, that attention to detail will be as important as the brilliance of your ideas, then all well and good. Because with Jupiter up there in that 10th house, more broadly in a trine with Neptune, so the 2 rulers of Pisces are receptive to one another, and therefore Jupiter as the depositor suggests if you put in the industry and the application, particularly Jupiter's linked to the midpoint, you could actually, despite Mercury's at times confusing and frustrating right angle, which may see you feel a bit stressed out at times, you could have a major breakthrough. But it is about not just the brilliance of your message, it's the efficiency in which you deliver it. So that's very important as you go into this new year. Some other takeouts in the solar return: Uranus. Uranus back in the sign of Taurus through to the 26th of April. That's in a quincunx with Mercury. Again, if you're discussing finances, particularly shared finances, and you're collaborating with someone, make sure you have firm guardrails in terms of who does and who will contribute what. It needs to be quite formal. I think your nervous energy at times may feel a little bit over aroused throughout the year. So just look after yourself. Make sure that you're doing what you can in terms of your healing, because that healing, I think, comes from giving yourself permission at times, however much you do have to be very careful and responsible this year, but at times just to do something that's completely for you. Now, whether that is through a spa day, a walk in nature, whether having some therapeutic treatments, whether it's going on holiday to somewhere that's incredibly peaceful, where you can just immerse yourself in great silences, that will help you to have the breaks, the interfaces between what could be an extremely busy and an extremely exciting year. But just to cap it all off for you, Libra, your gift as a relator is the stuff of astral law, but I think you found, particularly with Pluto making its way through Capricorn, that there were some big disappointments, maybe even some betrayals. Perhaps at times from people that you never thought would let you down, people in your family or your close inner circle, maybe around a relationship. Then over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of extra duress and responsibility at work, and that's not been easy, and there is a bit more of that to come this year. But the difference is you're going to get the reward this year if you can keep beavering away, but you must do the things that maintain your well-being. So that does mean being very careful about what you eat and drink, how much sleep you get, how much exercise, but also rest. They're all very important to nourish your body, but you need to nourish your soul. But when it comes to relationships, Saturn moving back into your 7th house, I think can be an asset to you. It's going to make you much more redoubtable. It's good to bend and flex. You know, if we want everything on our own terms, it's not actually something that makes for great relationships. And it's also good to sometimes hear where we could do better. But I think for you, because you are a giver generally, Saturn in your 7th house is really going to help you to firm up your boundaries, whether it is with the line manager, the neighbour, the friend who tends to take you for granted, the relative that always assumes that you're going to do the visiting to the older relative. And that firmness is going to be something that comes back to you. So it's an exciting year ahead, particularly with that wonderful set of influences in Leo, with Jupiter moving into the sign, then that solar eclipse. The second half of this year is going to be much more buoyant, exciting and fun. Jupiter doesn't slam on the brakes this year until December, which is very unusual. So that means that it's going to be a big chance for you to really push outwards. But in the first half of the year, just keep going, but make sure you get that balance between the physical and emotional side of your life well ordered. But some big changes around your emotional life or relationships in a positive way are really very much to the fore. Please join me at patrickarundell.com. You can always enjoy your free daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love and Vedic horoscope forecast, my amazing free card tarot, if I say so myself, which is totally free, and also you can sign up for your free daily horoscope fired to your device each morning. That's patrickarundell.com. All the best and goodbye. Welcome Scorpio to your in-depth year 2026 forecast. I'm going to share with you to begin with some big themes for the year ahead. Then on screen, your solar return right at the start of the year, which always provides an influential backdrop for the whole 12 months. And at the heart of that is a glorious alliance between your traditional ruler Mars, Venus, but also the Sun. And that aspect can be very powerful right throughout the new year. But also as we come into 2026, we need to be aware of the impacts of the eclipses, because their backdrop energy lasts 6 months, and the last two occurred in September 2025 between the signs of Pisces but also of Virgo. For you, Virgo energy is very much about your future. Your alliances can be your highest hopes, can be to do with friendships and your network, whereas the 5th house energy, where Pisces is the host, is very much about showcasing what makes you absolutely unique. If you feel that some of your plans for the future are not quite allowing you to express your talents, or your love life is perhaps in some ways limited by friendship expectations, or perhaps you're wanting to bring someone into your life romantically which may see you needing to manage your time with certain people, I feel that will continue to be a theme right throughout year 2026. And the reason for that is we have 2 third eclipses across those signs. From the 3rd of March, the lunar eclipse, which is in the sign of Virgo, and then the lunar eclipse, the final of the series, on the 28th of August in the sign of Pisces. So that juggle is going to be a theme. But as you come into the new year, the reception committee includes Saturn and Neptune back in your sister water sign of Pisces. And Saturn in the 5th house, to be honest, is not usually a bunch of laughs. So if you are wanting to demonstrate just how talented you are, one of the things that will be important will be industry. Because Jupiter, the planet of hope and growth, which is in a very expansive part of your chart, and may have given you a desire for extra travel, higher education, just being more enterprising in the second half of year 2025, was choked off at the start of that process by the limiting energies of Saturn. So you may not have felt that you were able to achieve quite all that you wanted. The great news is that Jupiter is going to be very dynamically positive for you in the first half of this year when it comes to being much more on the front foot, and that's going to give you a sense of optimism and possibility. But that Saturn-Neptune energy is important. Now they're both going to be moving into the sign of Aries, which like you is ruled by Mars. First of all, Neptune at the end of January, and then Saturn in the middle of February. They then come into a very strategically important alliance on the 18th of February. But that's really pushing you to combine the sensitivity and the idealism of Neptune, if you like, with the industry of the energy of Saturn. And if there is something you're really desiring and you're prepared to really put in the application and the discipline, even if it sounds a little bit unsexy, you could start to see the results of something you've been working on over the last 2.5 years broadly. Once they do move into the practical sign of Aries, that's very much for you about your life organisation. It can be to do with routines, it can be to do with work, it can also be to do with our physical wellness. So if we can be more virtuous, that's going to be a very positive thing for you to do over the rest of the year. But of course Uranus, the planet of surprises, provocation and independence, has been shaking up your relationship sector for about 7 years. Now it had a brief sojourn into your 8th house last year. 8th house is about deep devotion, but it can also be about deep attraction. You may have had some kind of electric connection in that latter part of last year, and it may have not necessarily been lasting. But Uranus is going to move again back into Gemini at the end of April in this coming year. And the significance of that is over the next 7 years, if you're a more entrepreneurial Scorpio, and because Uranus is blessed in your sign, you have an appreciation of innovation, then I feel that you can make it work for you, because there is an echo of the energy of Scorpio when it's in house 8. But clearly Gemini is about how we think. Technology is affecting all of us and very rapidly, and Gemini is going to amplify this even more. But if you can dive deep to understand the meaning of things, it actually could be a big asset to you, again, if you embrace it. Now we're going to see Jupiter relocate into a new home at the end of June, but it's potentially a very positive development for you. But I just want to take you back to a new eclipse series which started on the 17th of February in the sign of Aquarius, which for you is your home and emotional sector, and you do have your modern ruler there full time now. And the intriguing thing about that solar eclipse, the first for 19 years, is it does clash with Uranus just before it's moving back into the sign of Gemini. So if there is a home or emotional relationship where you feel very penned in, feel very limited, perhaps if you're living in a home, a property which isn't spacious enough, or you just don't like the environment, you may find that those following 3 or 4 months could see you quite on edge, to be honest. But any relationship where the communication from an emotional but also connecting viewpoint, particularly in terms of attraction, isn't quite chiming, unfortunately, it may be something you need to look at. And because the year begins with Saturn in your 5th house, I've got to be really truthful. If there is a romantic relationship which has been shaky and you're not sure it is for your future, and you do feel that you can't quite be yourself, there's a lack of warmth, there's a lack of romance, there's a lack of fun or playfulness, I think that that particular solar eclipse is really going to compel you to look at the issues, even if you're somewhat reluctant to do so. But that brings us back to Jupiter, moving right to the peak of your chart. Jupiter is a hugely influential planet. It's the biggest outside of the size of the Sun, the luminary, and Jupiter is the kingmaker. It's very proud, but it's also very much to do with confidence, assertion, optimism. So moving into your 10th house is your connection to the wider world. And that takes us back to my initial briefing, that if you want to showcase your talents this year, Saturn suggests you've got to work at it. But if you do work at it, recognition can start to come for you from the end of June, really right through to the end of the year. But that's going to be accelerated potentially by the arrival of the Leo solar eclipse on the 12th of August, which has Jupiter at home, but also the quick-witted Mercury. But just before then, at the end of July, we do have the nodal axis returning for the first time in 18.7 years back into the sign of Aquarius. So that's an echo of the new solar eclipse. They're intrinsically linked, but also that deep transformational energies of Pluto. So for some Scorpio people, particularly with that solar eclipse and the arrival of the North Node, if you're not happy where you're living or who you live with, that's definitely going to be a feature, but particularly the first half of the year. But the second half of the year, as we have the solar eclipse in Leo, can help you to showcase those talents in a much more visible way. If you're wanting to raise your profile, start your own enterprise, apply for a job that has greater responsibilities but also greater rewards, the second half of year 2026 can really see you start to strut your stuff in a very dynamic way. Your sense of self-worth and authority is going to be enhanced. You're going to feel better about yourself. Go for it. But what about the Mercury retrogrades? Well, Mercury starts this year, to be honest, Scorpio, for the 3rd year running in your sector of everyday finances. But Mercury's not strong in the sign of Sagittarius. And this is really telling you to be cautious with resources. And also, it is in a square with Neptune and Saturn as we come into this new year. And they're in the part of your chart very much to do with speculation. Now, we may feel that Saturn is very anti-speculation, and it could be, but it doesn't mean to say that people won't still go for it. It's just they may be a bit more cautious. But in the square with Mercury, it's just saying don't be too free and easy with money right throughout the year. But I'll tell you more about that when I share the solar return. But the big picture about Mercury is that this year all the retrogrades are going to be in water signs, including yours. The significance for you is the first one that occurs is on February the 26th through to March the 20th in Pisces. So if you did meet someone new, the potential there could be that it could be quite fluid, which is very mutable, Pisces, but not necessarily get rooted. Doesn't mean to say it won't work out, but there could be a few things that don't go exactly to plan, perhaps even around your love life or your creative hopes. But we're going to have the second of the Mercury retrogrades influencing your sister water sign of Cancer from June the 29th through till July the 23rd. And for you, that can affect travel plans. We know that Mercury is very much to do with ticketing, systems, technology, and obviously none of us can control the whole process. All we can do is make sure that we plan what we do meticulously, which is Mercury's rulership of Virgo, and we're not too quick to just look at a piece of information and we might miss something key. So you may find yourself, if you are on the move or discussing a contract, that you really do need to concentrate hard to navigate that. But the third one is in your sign from October the 24th to November the 13th. And that could see something that's important to you stall, particularly as Venus, the planet which is very much to do with love and attraction, but also to do with our sense of self-worth and value, but money, does slam on the celestial brakes in your sign on October the 3rd. And for 41 days we'll be retracing its steps, and it will invert back into your 12th house of Libra, which it rules. So there could be a little bit of a pause around a romantic hope at that time. It might not go exactly to plan. And also I need to tell you that on August the 28th, we have the final of the Virgo Pisces eclipses. This one is in the sign of Pisces, and that brings you through to the end of the year. So that 5th house energy of Pisces has the influence initially of the North Node, of Saturn and Neptune, but also of the eclipses. So all of this year, finding that sweet spot between how you connect to others, but how you showcase what's so important for you, the individual, and managing your time carefully is going to be a theme for the whole year. But I feel around your emotional, perhaps even romantic life, if there is a relationship that just isn't quite working, the desire for some kind of space at least, or maybe liberation, could show up in the first half of this year, but the second half of this year can see you reach for the sky when it comes to your ambitions and goals. But what about the solar return? It is critically important. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us. It's totally unique to each person. But understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. I've shared with you about Mercury being in your sector of everyday money, but you know, it's been there for the last 3 years. Mercury's detrimented in Sagittarius. Sagittarius likes the big picture. Mercury appreciates the detail through its rulership of Virgo, so that can be an issue. But on the screen now you can see the square to Neptune can distort, and Saturn can limit, but also see us feel a bit pessimistic. You also have the midpoint between the Sun and the Moon. What is that? Well, you can see the Sun is in house 3 for you. The 3rd house is about everyday quick communication. It can be our connections with neighbours, our community, our siblings, but also these days very much through technology. But because your traditional ruler Mars and Venus, the planets of relating, are either side of the Sun, I feel that your words all through year 2026 are going to carry that much more weight. Don't underestimate how much you can be persuasive, passionate, but also draw good things to you, because the sign of Capricorn likes things that can be very workable, so it likes tangible outcomes. It's an earth sign. So if you put ideas with that, if you've got ideas that help people in some way, so ideas with a purpose, you're going to be very much in vogue. And if you do work in technology, this could be a sensational year. If you're wanting to bring new romance into your world, undoubtedly the way you think, the way you express things, it could be some of your ideas could be very alluring to someone you encounter, but it could be someone you meet just in a very spontaneous way in your everyday world, your everyday routines, there's this electricity being exchanged, which really can be very gratifying, and it could make your pulse race. So that's the wonderful combination of 3 players in your 3rd house. And if you would like to get a bit physically fitter, be a bit more active, you can enjoy it. If you would like to get a new mode of transport, I think this can give you the desire to make it happen. So it's a really lovely set of influences. But I mentioned Mercury's square to Saturn and Neptune, but what about the midpoint? The Sun-Moon midpoint for me is the most important part of any natal chart, way beyond the ascendant, because the ascendant is only one part of the angles. The 4 angles are all incredibly important. The ascendant is how we connect to the world, the descendant, how we connect to others, the 4th house cusp is where we need to retreat and rest, and the 10th house cusp, which Jupiter's going over for you this year, is where we need to raise our profile and connect to the wider world. So the midpoint between the Sun and the Moon, the Sun's about assertion. It's a more masculine energy, nothing to do with gender. And the Moon, you can see, is in the sign of Gemini, where it can be very fluid, a bit flirty, not necessarily so in touch with emotion, but for you it is the 8th house. And the 8th house could stir some anxieties at times, but it also points towards transformation in your emotional well-being. So the point between them, at the shortest point of the chart, is the yin-yang of a person's nature or this particular year's energy. And guess what? That midpoint is exactly conjunct the stern Saturn, which can be limiting, of course, but it's also in a square with Mercury. So when it comes to your ideas, however brilliant they are, or when it comes to someone you find very attractive and you may be tempted to spoil them with some big gestures, that 2nd, 5th house energy is an area that you need to approach with a degree of conservatism, I feel. But also you can see that Mercury is in a very challenging link with Uranus. And if there are tensions in any kind of relationship, it may well be over money, because Uranus in the 7th house can make people very much more outspoken in whatever part of life it's showing up. So it can find you more outspoken about relationships. But Mercury's position is in your sector of your values, how you approach everyday money. And if you are not chiming or aligning with anyone, it could be a colleague as much as a romantic partner, that is going to be an issue. Just finally, I've talked to you about Mars being in Capricorn, but I didn't tell you that Mars loves being in Capricorn, your traditional ruler. It's exalted here, but the charm of Venus is very much in the mix as well. But look at Pluto, your modern ruler. So that is going to continue for some years to transform your feelings around family, where you live, your deeper emotional roots. But it is in a trine with the moon as we come into this new year. So I feel that although there is the potential for you to have some fantastic success in a more material way later in the year, I feel that the transformations that could play out in emotional or family or relationship situations in the first half of the year is very profound indeed. For whatever you do this year, Scorpio, I do think it's going to be important to manage your time very carefully. That's that eclipse axis. And within that time, staying connected to the people who are meaningful for you, but also taking your talents and your need to express who you are, the best part of you, the most charismatic parts of you. That is a real opportunity this year, so do work very hard on that. I hope you have a wonderful year 2026. Please join me at patrickarundell.com for your daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love and Vedic horoscope forecast. You can also use my free card tarot as much as you want. It's brilliant if I say so myself. You can also sign up for your free daily horoscope and get that fired to your device each morning. That's patrickarundell.com. And of course, if you'd like to have a one-to-one with me, you can check out my testimonials there too. Welcome, Sagittarius, to your year 2026. horoscope forecast. I'm going to share some of the big picture of the year ahead to begin with. Then on screen, your solar return right at the start of the year always provides a very influential backdrop for the following 12 months. I'm then going to go through all the key influences one by one to give you a truly clear picture of the opportunities for the year, but also the challenges, and that can help you to navigate the year ahead to the very best of your abilities. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. A very warm welcome. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it to continue to thrive and do so now. As we go into each year, it's very important to understand the backdrop energy, and that comes from the eclipse series, which are intrinsically linked to the nodes. So as you come into this new year, the North Node starts the year still in the part of your chart to do with drawing your attention towards your needs as an emotional being. But we also have the strict Saturn and the dreamy Neptune in that part of your chart as well. But if you go back to last September, when we had two eclipses, the second of which, a solar eclipse, was in your sector of ambition, goals, and your connection to the wider world in the practical precise sign of Virgo. But when that eclipse occurred, it was in a very challenging opposition to Saturn. If you have got things going on, perhaps responsibilities with young family members, older family members, where you live isn't quite right for you, if there's any kind of inhibition that's going on at the root of who you are, it could in some ways prevent you from seizing a golden prize. So as you come into this new year, one of the things I would say to you, Sagittarius, if we think back to 2012 when the dreamy but elusive Neptune moved into your sector of emotion, then Saturn moved in March 2023 into the sign of Pisces, followed by the North Node. There's been a lot of push towards you being in touch with how you feel about things, but also your sense of security. But being ruled by Jupiter, one of your defaults is absolute optimism and a desire to always bounce back and go for the next opportunity in a very dynamic way. But I feel over many years that's possibly seen lots of bits and pieces of emotion not actually get sorted out. So as we go into this new year, the need to get more ease with who you are at the very root of your being is going to continue to be a very big theme, because we do have a further two lunar eclipses across the signs of Virgo, the second one and the final one on the 28th of August in Pisces. So that need to find a balance between what you feel comfortable with deep within you, but also how you connect to others professionally or in terms of your local community, any voluntary work you do, or any leadership you provide within your family. So these are going to be things that are still going to be very active in this new year, despite lots of other changes coming. Now, as you know, Neptune and Saturn made that brief sojourn into your fellow fire sign of Aries last year, and they're going back. Neptune at the end of January and Saturn in the middle of February, and they're going to come into an alliance in Aries on the 18th of February, and that's going to be very significant for your creativity, but also for potentially if you love children or you have children, or if you're someone who's got flair and talents you want to showcase, because over the next couple of years Saturn's going to push you to really work hard on these. But it's a more outgoing energy. Yes, Saturn is in its full in Aries. It's not its best location, but the fifth house and Saturn, it's not usually in a natal chart a particularly cheerful combination, but we have to work with Saturn. If we kind of just resent it, it's not going to be a success. So the more application you can show around your talent, the better it's going to be. But the intriguing thing I feel is we do have a new solar eclipse series starting on the 17th of February. And it's in Aquarius, which is great because it echoes the Pluto energy, which has been very powerful the last few years. Pluto now full-time in Aquarius through to 243, making you more conscious of your beliefs, but also how you convey those ideas, often with great power and persuasion. But that solar eclipse clashes bitterly with another planet which I think has been the source of mischief for you personally over the last 7 years, which is Uranus. You're a sign that likes a degree of spontaneity and variety. If things are too metronomic, doesn't really work for you, but everyone needs a degree of routine. And I think what's happened over the last few years is everything has felt very disrupted, and at times that's made you feel very dislocated. So if your emotional and home life have been challenging, it's been difficult to get into any kind of routine. Neither of those things have been great. And that Uranus position late in Taurus, before it switches back into your sector relating on the 26th of April, clashes in a very tense way with that new moon, or that solar eclipse in the sign of Aquarius. And the combination of those two aggravants, the two players, could create a lot of nervous tension. So the first half of this year, if you're not staying in touch with your emotional needs, you're taking on too much professionally, or you're missing out professionally because of what you're needing to attend to at home, which could create resentment. All of this can create quite a lot of hyper energy. And you may think, Patrick, when is this Uranus energy ever going to make way? But it will on the 26th of April. It's going to move into Gemini. It's going to forge an electric angle to Pluto straight away, which I think will be very helpful to you. And I'd also like to say to you that whatever you have been beavering away on, particularly in terms of your ambitions, over the last few years, Jupiter, your ruler, was challenged strongly last year, just as it moved into a part of your chart to do with long-term finances. The square that was forged with Saturn at that time in Aries, exactly on June the 15th, was really quite limiting. But in the first half of this year, if you keep working away, finances can really revive you. But I'm going to share with you another reason why I'm absolutely convinced that will be the case. So generally speaking, if you can find that midpoint between the things you need to do professionally, the things you need to look after at work, your support systems are more ordered, you can try to get a bit more of a routine going. You're recognizing that that part of you that does like sharing ideas, always gaining information, that's a big part of your nature. You've got such an inquisitive personality, it's brilliant. But there's only so many hours in the day, and maybe you're going to have to limit your access to anything which over arouses you in terms of your nervous system. So it could be quite a lot of adrenal energy, but there could be a breakthrough. It may be about where you live, it could be to do with a renovation, it could be to do with a change in the family. I feel things are shifting, but it's still part of a theme that's been ongoing, but new themes are coming in, as you can see, which are very exciting. But we have to be conscious of Mercury. Mercury starts this year in your zodiac sign for the 3rd year running, but Mercury's detrimented in Sagittarius. And one of the things with Mercury in Sagittarius is it can perhaps lack a little bit of attention to detail, which it appreciates through its rulership of Virgo, or maybe it's sort of micro view of things through Gemini, doesn't always take into account the big picture. But it does this year go, apart from starting the year, in detriment and also in a very challenging angle, which I will share with you shortly on your solar return, to 3 big influential pointers. What is going to happen is that there's 3 water Mercury retrogrades this year. And being someone who does like to convey ideas, does get a sense of drama, and likes to broaden your horizons at all time. So whether it's through travel, whether it is through your interests, whether it's through your connections, Mercury goes into a retrograde late February in your sector of emotion, cross wires, real possibility. Also, of course, it can be a chance to improve communication around your emotional world. But then it's going to go into a retrograde as it goes through the sign of Cancer from June the 29th to July the 23rd. That's shared finances and resources. Jupiter is priming them up in a good way. If you're discussing a contract across those 24 days, it may require great attention to detail to make sure that something doesn't go awry. And then your 12th house, which is very, very complex, can be to do with people that don't necessarily have our best interests at heart. That's emphasised from October the 24th to the middle of November. So be aware at that time for people who may have not necessarily the best of intentions. So those Mercury retrogrades are all in water signs. So for a fire sign like you, and also a mutable sign, which can be restless, can just want to crack on and not stop and navel gaze too much, you're actually being really encouraged very, very carefully to be aware of the psychological dimension around all your conversations this year, but particularly through those 3 Mercury retrogrades. I need to tell you also about Jupiter, your ruler, because he is going to be moving at the end of June into your sister fire sign of Leo. Now, I know that Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, but the exaltation is really a reflection of its rulership at Pisces. It was the traditional ruler of that sign. Remember, Jupiter is your sole domiciliary ruler, and therefore when it makes its way through Leo, it's much more dynamic and positive for you, particularly when it goes through the second decan of that sign, because that's again amplifying your natural enthusiasm. But for you, the sign of Leo is, if you like, an echo of Sagittarius. 9th house energy and Sagittarius are not identical, but there's an echo. And it is going to bring a real sense of excitement and possibility. But it's not alone in the good news that's coming. But at the end of July, the North Node inverts back into Aquarius for the first time in 18.7 years. And as I said before, eclipses and nodes very closely tethered together. So we had the solar eclipse in Aquarius, and along comes the North Node. So with Pluto as well, remember your conversations and your thinking and your belief systems are going to be very important in the years ahead, but particularly over the next 18 months. But then we have a solar eclipse in Leo, but this one has Jupiter, your ruler in residence, but also the aforementioned Mercury. If ever there was an influence to supercharge all that's best about you, it's that. So in the second half of this year, I feel that you're going to be feeling a form that you haven't experienced for ages. Maybe since Neptune moved into the sign of Pisces, 212. It was initially there in 211. Maybe more recently with Saturn broadly over the last 2.5 years in Pisces. Not easy at all. Saturn doesn't like being in Pisces. It is about consequences and outcomes, and for you it's the emotional world. There may have been something that's got more ordered and structured, and you may be at peace, but there may have been some challenges. So I feel that this 9th house, Leo, which is warm, remember the solar system depends on the sun, which rules Leo. So it's life force, it is the luminary. It lights up the day. So with your ruler being there and being involved in the mix on that solar eclipse, that part of you that loves travel, that loves exploration, higher education, that loves journeying, that loves knowledge, anything to do with higher education, all can be lit up with possibilities in the last half of this year. It really is thrilling, and it's exciting to be able to tell you this. There are a few things to tell you about. Saturn does go into a retrograde from July the 26th through to December the 10th. So if you do meet someone new, you're going to have to work at it. And the upside of Jupiter is Jupiter goes into its annual retrograde really late this year. And that Jupiter retrograde takes place in December, and it gets to 27 degrees in Leo before it begins. So it's very expansive for you, but Venus does go into a retrograde on October the 3rd and in your 12th house. If there is a relationship where trust has been an issue, particularly with the Mercury retrograde, and it does go back into its home sign of Venus, your sector of friendships, I think there could be a little uncertainty around your romantic situation at that time, if I'm honest. But remember, the last of the Virgo Pisces eclipses, the lunar eclipse, occurs on the 28th of July, and it is in Pisces. If you've really worked at embracing the energy of the North Node, Saturn and Neptune, you know yourself much better. You're much more at ease with who you are. And also, with the help of Uranus moving into your sector of relating, you're looking for more authentic connections with people and breaking free of those that don't work. And talking of freedom, having Jupiter in your 9th house will, I feel, push you to be in touch with the part of you that can be very much a free spirit, that does like to be spontaneous, that does enjoy variety, that doesn't want to be hemmed into things that don't work for you. But I feel that what you've learned from Neptune, Saturn and the North Node in Pisces is a lot more understanding of your inner world. So this time, with this roaring energy in the second half of the year, there's so much excitement for you to go for. Now let's have a look at that solar return. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, all of us. It's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. I mentioned before that Jupiter in the first half of the year could be good for shared finances, business finances. But on the screen now, you can see that Venus, the money planet, Mars, the planet of desire, are coalesced either side, wrapping the Sun, and in the sign of Capricorn. Now, the Sun's always in Capricorn at the turn of the year, and it's always just into the second decan sub-ruled by Venus, but through its rulership of Taurus, very much about sensuality, money, and appreciation of good food. Now, if you are someone who really does appreciate things like fine dining, organic food, taking care with food preparation, you're going to be playing Mind Host this year with that combination. But also this is a very potentially essential combination. So if you meet someone, even if you have to work at it with Saturn in the 5th house, or someone electrically comes into your world with Uranus's help, there's going to be lots of enjoyment, and it could be intimate enjoyment. But one of the things that will need to align is your values. So however much you're drawn to someone by their physical presence, their magnetism, how much you fancy them, I feel being aligned around values is something that's often underestimated, but that will be critically important to make that tight a success. But what I can tell you is that Capricorn energy with Mars exalted can bring a real improvement to the base income in your life all throughout this year. And I think that's going to be something that brings a lot of extra security to you. I mentioned Jupiter before. Jupiter is in a very strong link with the midpoint between the Sun and the Moon. The Moon's in your sector of relating as you start this year, the Sun in that practical second house in Capricorn, but the midpoint between them, the yin-yang of the chart, is very close to Saturn, but forges a strong link to Jupiter. So if you're in touch with how you feel, and Jupiter in the 8th house, which can be to do with your connections to others, you could benefit maybe around a property matter, maybe to do with a legacy, maybe something you've really worked hard on. There is the potential for it to improve, but just be mindful with Mercury in your own sign, that squares with the midpoint, Saturn and Neptune. There may be times, therefore, that life does feel a bit confusing this year, just being really honest. Because Mercury in your sign is that part of you that just wants to think big, act big and go for it. And those guys in Pisces are saying no, slow, no, which can create frustration. But if things don't go quite at the rattling pace you would like, think of it as potentially a good thing. In some ways, rejection can be something that keeps us safe. So just be aware of that. But Mercury does forge a challenging link to Uranus at the start of this year. So if there is something that does feel very cluttered and not running very smoothly and you're trying to resolve it, might be difficult because you might have some obligations and responsibilities even if you don't want them. So just be aware of that. But the moon forges a strong link to Pluto, suggesting that if you connect to the right people, you can make some fantastic connections this year. But I really love the fact that Mars and Venus are coalescing around the sun. As we would say in Welsh, they're cwtching the sun. So the Venus brings the warmth, Mars the dynamism. Traditional astrologers might say the sun is in some ways combusting Venus, diminishing its energy, but I think that's stunning from a modern astrology viewpoint. To put you on the front foot and also look at the position of the path of fortune, it's linking in a trine with those three players in Capricorn, but in the sign of money, your 6th house. So keep working away, keep being very enterprising, try to get the everyday routines working a bit smoother. Be aware you could suffer a little bit of stress in the first 6 months of the year, but mainly if you're scattering yourself too thinly, not prioritising. Learn or take the lessons from Saturn, Neptune and the node in your 4th house. Take those into this year. Keep staying with them, even if more dynamic, exciting energy is coming later in the year. But when it comes to communications all through this year, the more sensitive you can be to your own inner needs, but also your connections to others, the better it's going to be. Have a fabulous year, Sagittarius. If you would like to work with me one-to-one, please check out my testimonials below. But also, please go to patrickarundell.com. You can read your daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love and Vedic horoscopes every single day. Enjoy my fabulous 3 free card tarot and sign up for your free natal horoscope fired to your device each morning. Welcome Capricorn to your in-depth year 2026 horoscope forecast. I'm going to share to begin with some of the big themes of the year ahead, then on screen the solar return right at the start of the year always provides a very influential backdrop for the whole 12 months, and that contains some truly exciting news for your sign in particular. I'm then going to go through each of the big events of the year in a frame by frame way to give you a clear picture of what to look forward to this year, the opportunities and the challenges. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. Thank you so much for joining me. If you've yet to subscribe to the channel, please help it to continue to thrive and do so now. As we go into each new year, we always need to be conscious of the backdrop of the eclipses, which are already in effect. In September we had 2. So as we come into the new year, how you think and how you communicate with people is being strongly flavoured by those eclipses. But the second of those, the solar eclipse on the 21st of September, has given you perhaps an appetite for expansion recently. And through the latter end of 2025, whether it's been through higher education, through holidays, vacations, through just changing your life up and bringing more variety to bear, has probably been quite a theme. And it's going to continue to be a theme all through this year. But the ninth house solar eclipse was opposed by your ruler in your third house. And to really make the most of that ninth house energy, what you need to do as you come into this new year is keep an open mind. Because what Saturn in the third house can do is perhaps reinforce some of the views and tastes and approaches to life that you've had for a long time. And what the solar eclipse is asking you to do, and also one of the two lunar eclipses of this new year, which occurs on the 3rd of March, is to just freshen things up. So whether it is to do with some of your beliefs, some of your learning, whether it's to do with the people that you're connecting to, the more freshness that you have, the more it can stimulate all different parts of your new year experience. Now also, as we come into this new year, Saturn, your ruler, is back into the sign of Pisces, as I mentioned, and it's going to be there through to the middle of February. So it does suggest choosing your words with care will be important throughout the new year. But Saturn will then move in the middle of February into the sign of Aries, where it briefly visited last year. So over the next couple of years, there's going to be a lot of attention in your life about where you live, who you live with, and how you live there. It could be to do with the structural, the actual physical place you live, or more to do with the emotional dimension. Now Neptune, the planet of dreams, also went into the sign of Aries last year and re-enters at the end of January. Now they're both going to come together, Neptune and Saturn, on the 18th of February. And that could be a really critical point for you to think very carefully about issues to do with physical and emotional security. Perhaps also to do with expanding your family, perhaps downsizing, in some ways adapting your accommodation to make it function that much more efficiently. But also as we come into this new year, we are going to be greeting a new eclipse series. The first of which is on the 17th of February in the sign of Aquarius, which for you represents your values, everyday money, self-worth, and the foundations of your life. Of course, you've got Pluto in this location, which moved into Aquarius late in 2024. So over the next few years, becoming clearer about what you want is going to be important around all those areas. But this eclipse is challenged by the modern ruler of the sign of Aquarius, which for you is starting this year back in the 5th house. So as you make your way into the new year, Uranus is saying to you, be very open-minded, particularly around innovation. Technology is changing life a lot for many of us. We can resist it or we can embrace it. And Uranus at the start of the year says be open to it. But that square to that solar eclipse does caution you to be perhaps a little bit risk averse in the first 6 months of this year. You have a reputation of being very thorough, very shrewd in your approach to situations. I wouldn't let a lifetime's approach of that change through this first half of the year, because if you do something more speculative quickly on a hunch, perhaps on an impulse, it won't necessarily pay off well for you. We have that lunar eclipse in Virgo on the 3rd of February, and that's still going to be a theme, how you think, how you discuss things with people. But because of Saturn starting this year, influencing your 3rd house, just know that some people could perceive you as being a little cool or detached. But there is a counterpoint to that, which I will share with you through that solar return shortly. But of course, last year we did have Jupiter, the planet of opportunity, move into your sector of relating. The problem was it immediately came into conflict with Saturn on the 15th of June. So I don't feel that you necessarily got the best of Jupiter last year, particularly with the retrograde. But as you come into this new year, if there is a key relationship that you're enjoying or you want to meet someone new, I feel your prospects can be improved in the first 6 months of this year. And if you think positively, then obviously that could trigger some positive action too. And that's what Jupiter's about. But Jupiter does encourage us not to perhaps expect too much, and that's where your natural penchant for application is going to be so important for you. Now Uranus returns back into the sign of Gemini on the 26th of April. Over the next 7 years, the everyday routines of your life are almost certain to change. There may be part of you that wants to liberate yourself from certain obligations that you start this year with, whether it is to do with your work. You may retrain in some way. You may gain a much greater appreciation of technology. You may also, in some ways, want to use your mind and your intellect in order to help other people. That's definitely a prospect for you. But as Uranus returns to Gemini, it is linking with Pluto in your sector of everyday money. And remember the echo of that solar eclipse of Aquarius. So if there are opportunities to perhaps switch what you do for a living or how you earn money, being as open as possible will definitely be to your advantage. This is not a year to be resistant to what's going on around you. However, Jupiter is going to be moving on from your sector of relating, but dives deep into the 8th house at the end of June. The 8th house is what we share with others, but it can also be about entrepreneurship, investment, long-term financial planning. And Jupiter, of course, can be about fortune. And the host, Leo, is very much about self-confidence. Your ability to engender positivity, but also improve your income in the second half of this year is definitely going to be boosted in a significant way. But the North Node, the point of destiny, follows on from the solar eclipse in Aquarius. They always are very much in touch, inversing into Aquarius for the first time in 18.7 years, I should say, at the end of July, the true North Node, the 26th of July. So over the next year and a half, it's really asking you to get in touch with your values. So it's merging in a way with the energy of Pluto by sign, but also we had that eclipse as well. So you may find that some of your approach to money, your values and the foundations of your life could change quite significantly over this next year and a half. But then we have a solar eclipse, the second of the year, the first for 19 years, in the sign that the sun rules of Leo. Very radiant. Jupiter's there, but also Mercury, the planet of business. If you are wanting to be successful in terms of expanding whatever you're doing, there's a really excellent chance for you to turn up the volume and have that success in the second half of year 2026. But it is, of course, going to be important to still stay in touch with the need for that clear communication because of the opposition between Virgo and Pisces across the two lunar eclipses. And the last of them occurs on the 28th of July in the sign of Virgo, and that really provides a backdrop for the last part of the year. So there's going to be some very, very big conversations this year. If you are involved in a business that's to do with travel, languages, technology or publishing, it's going to be a very important time indeed. But I do feel that that solar eclipse is something that can play out in your love life as well, because the 8th house is very much where we're devoted, but it can also be where things make way. So if you're all in and someone else is all in, there's a very, very good skyscape for you in that last part of the year. But if you're in a situation where you feel cramped, limited, in some ways inhibited, Jupiter likes room, and it certainly likes a degree of autonomy. So if that's not quite working for you, that could get you thinking. So Jupiter is also about knowledge. So if you want to gain greater understanding, especially around anything to do with investments, property, and insurances and so on, you could find yourself being very canny in the last half of this year. Now, Mercury is a planet which is very much about communication, but also precision. It's how we think, it's how we express ourselves, always key. But it starts this year, Capricorn, in a very tender location, but for the 3rd year in succession in your 12th house. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us. It's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. Is your solar return for the year, and you can see there's Mercury in the 12th house. 12th house energy can make us a little anxious. It can evoke anxieties and also sensitivities. But look at the location of your ruler, Saturn. At 2610, that's pretty well an exact square with Mercury, which is a stressful energy. But also Neptune, the planet of dreams and illusions, is squaring up with Mercury too. Not all the conversations you're going to enjoy this year will necessarily be as straightforward as you would like. It's important for you to understand your subconscious, or perhaps the things you're very sensitive about, possibly to do with your past, but it's also key to be attuned to what other people are saying to you, because maybe people will be expressing some fine ideas, but you need to be able to define the value and worth of what they're saying. Now, if we take the position of the Sun, 10 degrees 34 in your sign, as it always is at the start of the year, just into the second decan of Capricorn, sub-ruled by Venus, that's good for your finances. But it's forging a stunning alliance to the part of fortune in the sign of money, Taurus. So that's a mutual receptivity that you can make work for you fabulously well. But of course the 5th house, where the part of fortune is about speculation. And I'm mentioning to you that it is important to be a little bit conservative because of that solar eclipse in Aquarius, 2nd house, in the square with Uranus, 5th house. But what I would say is, if we take the point between the moon in the practical 6th house, the sun in your 1st house, urging you to take a firm grip on your life direction this year, that midpoint aligns exactly with your ruler Saturn. And like Saturn and Neptune, is therefore squaring with Mercury. So if you encounter someone this year that you are not so sure of, if you get a gut feeling that they're not on the level, listen to that gut feeling carefully. But what you do have at the heart of your solar return, Capricorn, is that stunning trio of Venus, the relator, but also the money planet, the Sun, the heart of our very existence, but also the thrust of Mars. Mars loves being in Capricorn. He's exalted here. When Venus and Mars together, it can make us very amorous. It can certainly give us a lot of desire, but the desire for you, particularly for a sign that has a reputation for being or having an appreciation of the orthodox, of more sustained, more established approaches to life, what this year you're being urged to do is really be much more direct about expressing your fabulous creativity and flair. And if you have times in your life perhaps being a little reserved, perhaps all the way to shy when you were very young, this is a year when you can draw so much goodness to you. So if you're looking for a new romantic relationship, year 2026 may well bring you one, and don't be surprised if you have a choice of more than one person. So as you go into this year, that's giving you a lot of thrust, it's giving you a greater sense of your attractiveness and allure. You may give yourself a glamorous makeover, buy some clothes in the winter sales, the January sales, that can just give you an extra sense of feeling very desirable, and why not indeed. But just to tell you, that Mercury position, which remember is in the 12th house, can be to do with secrets, can be to do with worries, can be to do with people who are not necessarily on our side. But Mercury's clash with Uranus at the start of this year is a quincunx, or known as an inconjunction. That 150-degree angle is quite tricky, and because Mercury is in that hidden, sheltered 12th house, but Uranus is all out there in the 5th, which can be very brave and bold. Again, it's just saying that when it comes to resources, I would proceed with a degree of caution. But if you wanted to invest in or spend greater time on a hobby you really enjoy, whether it's crafting, whether it's writing, whether you paint, take photographs, whether you're someone who does want to bring an extra sense of spice to your love life, that collective of Venus, the Sun and Mars in your sign is absolutely fantastic. So let's give you an overview for this year. The big opportunity for you, Capricorn, is definitely in terms of your communications, but also having faith in your individuality. That comes from that cluster in the sign of Capricorn of Venus, the Sun and Mars. So this could make you bolder and perhaps not necessarily risk-taking, but just much more on the front foot. Jupiter gives you an uplift in terms of relationships the first 6 months, but in the second 6 months of the year, I feel the focus for you could be reaping a lot of rewards for a lot of hard work that you put in over a long period of time that can finally come back to you. But when it comes to conversations and when it comes to your connections to people, I think Saturn and Neptune moving into your 4th house suggests you're probably going to get a little bit fussier about who you spend time with on an everyday emotional basis. You may consider relocating, simplifying your life in terms of your home. And that could be quite a theme for the next couple of years. But I feel Saturn in the 4th house will show up those people who are perhaps not quite supportive of you emotionally. And just be conscious of that Mercury starting the year in the 12th house. And just to finalise, Mercury is going to be going through 3 retrogrades this year. The first begins on February the 26th through to March the 20th in the buzzy 3rd house, but the host is Pisces. Mercury does not work well in Pisces. There could be some real bogged down energies at that time. Then we have the second, also in a water sign of Cancer, and that's from June the 29th to July the 23rd. There could be misunderstandings around relationships. Work hard at keeping your message crystal clear. Then we have the last of them is in Scorpio, your sector of friendship, from October the 24th, November the 13th. Again, if you're connecting to people, you may find that there's changes of plan. A friend may prove unreliable. A long-term plan you have may need to be adapted. Venus is going to be going retrograde also this year, in the autumn, in the fall, and in the spring in the southern hemisphere, from October the 3rd to November the 14th, inverting 41 days. Could slow things around down, perhaps around a professional relationship. Maybe someone that you thought you could rely upon turns out to be a bit of a disappointment. But your ruler goes retrograde on July the 26th for its annual 5-month rewind through to December the 10th. But the great news is that Jupiter, when it moves into your sector of long-term money, doesn't begin its retrograde till later this year in December. So that's a real definite window of opportunity for you. But that Saturn retrograde through the summer months and through to early December does suggest if there are some family or emotional issues that aren't quite running quite as well as they could, that may be where you'll need to put your legendary hard work and application into in order to resolve. Or maybe it will be some physical repairs to where you live. If you'd like to work with me one-to-one, Capricorn, please see my testimonials below. And also, you can visit my new website at patrickarundell.com and enjoy your free daily, weekly, monthly, yearly general, love and Vedic horoscopes. Also, my 3 free card tarot, which, if I say so myself, is brilliant. And you can also sign up for your free natal chart too. Welcome Aquarius to your in-depth year 2026 forecast. I'm going to share the big themes for the year ahead for you, but then on screen your solar return right at the start of the year, which always provides an influential backdrop for the following 12 months. As you come into this new year, the energy of the eclipses of September 2025 are still very powerful. And there's going to be two more between the signs of Virgo and Pisces throughout the year. And what they've been asking you to do, whilst the North Node has been in the sign of Pisces, and more recently with Saturn, and before that Neptune back in Pisces too now, is just become much more conscious of your values, your self-worth, the foundations of your situation, but also perhaps becoming a bit thriftier, a bit more aware of where you can make economies and where you can plan ahead for your future with the 8th house energies of the solar eclipse of the 21st of September in a canny way. But that particular event was opposed by your traditional ruler of Saturn. And if you have been juggling things generally over the last couple of years, cost of living's gone up a lot, the cost of accommodation, obviously things like utilities, it's not been easy for many people. But you're coming to the end of a huge cycle which began around about 29.25 years ago. And as you begin this new year, Saturn, your traditional ruler, is preparing 6 weeks into the new year to start a new journey. Now, it had a first, if you like, exploratory visit into the sign of Aries, of course, last year, from the 25th of May to the 1st of September, but it's going to be in your 3rd house for the following 2 years. But that cycle coming to a close really crests into those eclipses, those pairings. So if something does need realigning and it's not quite there, and you're still not in the balance that you'd like to be, there may be some more work to be done this year. But what you are going to get is new energy coming in, which brings some fresh opportunities. And you're going to find that the best of the things from the past, which are still salvageable and workable and have a practical benefit, will still be there with you. But some of the things that have run their course will fade away, but they're going to be replaced by some very exciting new possibilities. And part of the reason for this, Aquarius, is that on the 17th of February, the solar eclipse, the first for 19 years in your sign, is a chance to really think about your innate uniqueness. Now, Pluto has been in your sign for 1 year as we go into this new year, full time. Of course, it was in and out. We had the initial 10 weeks in 23, and then it went back into the sign of Capricorn in 24, from the 1st of September through till, I think it was about the 17th of November. But since then, been in your sign and will be there through to 2043 initially. And Pluto here is very much about adapting, it's about evolving, and if we resist the change agenda that Pluto brings, it's not going to be easy. But you're blessed this year because of having this solar eclipse, but also because the North Node returns to your sign for the first time in 18.7 years on the 26th of July, the true North Node. And all of that brings a much greater focus on what makes you unique. Because of the duality of your sign, Saturn very much about appreciation, tradition, continuity and stability, and of course you're a fixed sign, but your other ruler, Uranus, is of course much more innovative, it's much more rebellious, and it's much more looking to disrupt. And Uranus over the last years, all but 5 months last year, has been in a very tender location, and ever really since the middle of May 2018 through to early November that year, and then again from March 2019, I feel home emotional life has been anything but settled. But you know, that eclipse that occurs in your sign clashes, ironically, with Uranus, coming to the end of its journey in the sign of Taurus. It's going to be moving back to Gemini on the 26th of April. So there could be some kind of aftershock with some of the events that you experienced over these previous 7 years. But this time, where you may have been in some ways on the end of other people's attitudes and resistance, what I feel that you can really do with this event is truly liberate yourself from something that just isn't working for you. It may be certain family members just don't meet your standards. It could be people that you've known for a long time, friendships. It may be even in a romantic situation. So there could be the potential for instability, but it's because you're going to be firmer about going for what's important for you. But that has to coexist with the eclipse series between Virgo and Pisces. So you do need to make sure that if you're doing something daring and fresh, you still can maintain your lifestyle, the foundations of it, in a practical way as you do get anything new off the ground. So that is important. Now, Jupiter is the planet of opportunity, and last year it moved into the part of your scope to do with work and being of service to others, providing practical solutions, and also health. Jupiter in the 6th house can be good for our health, particularly in Cancer, where it's exalted, makes us a bit more sensitive of the need to make sure we look after ourselves. But Jupiter, through the first half of this year, can actually give your physical vitality more of a boost, I think, because last year when it moved into Cancer, it was immediately conflicted by the planet of restriction, your traditional ruler Saturn, the greater malefic, afflicted the greater benefic. So that wasn't a great thing. So your nervous energy or physical energy may have still dropped off in the latter part of last year, particularly once Saturn went into its retrograde in Aries in your 3rd house. So exhaustion may have been part of the picture. Now I know that Saturn, after Neptune on the 26th of January, is moving back into Aries this year. They're coming into that exact conjunction on the 18th of February, which is particularly significant. But I feel that how you think, how you express yourself, Saturn in Aries may be technically in its 4, but for you, I think it can give you more confidence to believe in what you're saying, to feel you have a right to a viewpoint, a right to express an opinion, maybe an opinion that is a little different and fresh. The first of those lunar eclipses occurs in Virgo on the 3rd of March, however. Once more, just reminding you to make sure the balance in the books. But what we do have is at the end of February a Mercury retrograde in the sign of Pisces. And it's important through to March the 20th because we have 3 Mercury retrogrades in water signs this year. Very important. The first one is in house 2, everyday money. The second in the sign of Cancer, June the 29th. For 24 days, very much about the practical parts of your life. But the third one's in your sector of goals, ambitions and success. And that's going to occur from October the 24th. So any discussions that you have this year, be it money, be it work, practicalities, appointments, or it is to do with your everyday situation in terms of your life order, just be aware that being open to the emotionality is important, which Mercury doesn't really enjoy, particularly that Mercury retrograde in Pisces. Mercury is not a happy player in Pisces. So you will need to be very much on the ball with managing the precision of things, staying in touch with how things feel, keeping that balance with finances. But then Uranus, your modern ruler, moves back into the sign of Gemini, but forges a stunning alliance with Pluto. If you are one of those Aquarius people who has a great gift for noticing trends, whether it's music, fashion, whether it's to do with food, cookery, whether it's to do with home furnishings, whatever it is, that attunement to where things are heading is really going to be sharpened up. But what you're also getting is that Jupiter is going to leave the practical 6th house and move into your sector of relationships through the last part of this year. This is really exciting. But the North Node, as I mentioned before, inverts back into your sign towards the end of July. But then we have the solar eclipse, again, the first in 19 years, in Leo. But this is a Leo solar eclipse with Jupiter in resonance, but also the quick-witted Mercury. Some fabulous prospects for your relationships in the second half of this year are predicated by this. So if you do go through some turbulence early in the year, if there is a separation, in whatever guise, if you're moving on from something that's not working for you, have the confidence to know there is some fabulous possibilities in the second half of the year. Now, the best relationship we can have is working on the one with ourselves, and that can improve. But also it's understanding what we may want to give, but what we don't want. But also becoming more conscious of what other people need from us. Jupiter is about buoyancy, it's about fortune. A very lucky alliance can develop for you in the second half of this year. And maybe you're going to get the reward financially that you've been striving for, as we have the last of the lunar eclipses, this one in the sign of Pisces, second house, everyday money, which brings the celestial curtain down on the year. Just be aware, however, that Venus is the planet of money as well as relating. It is going into a retrograde for 41 days from the October the 3rd. Don't take anything for granted around your career around this time because of also the Mercury retrograde in Scorpio, but perhaps the review you have can in some ways actually be very positive and throw up some opportunities. The Saturn retrograde, obviously that's very important for you. That's July the 26th to December the 10th. It's going to invert 7 degrees, so it stretches out to 14 degrees. But I think in general, even if you do find with Saturn in the third house, there's a few tensions with siblings, with neighbours in your community, you may find that you're becoming a bit more serious about what your ideas are, what your beliefs are. If people don't align with you, you're not necessarily going to take a backward step, particularly with that very militant Aquarius solar eclipse on the 17th of February, providing that backdrop for the first 6 months of the year. So all of that's playing out for you, Aquarius, but let's have a look at your solar return. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, all of us. It's totally unique to each person, but understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. We need to be conscious of your two rulers. Uranus starts the year in the sign of Taurus, and of course we have Saturn in Pisces. They're actually on really good terms. It's interesting that because Uranus in the fourth house could see you work from home, adapting a property to add more value, and Saturn certainly can make you very canny. But let's look at the position of Mercury. Mercury for you is in a very futuristic part of your scope, one which asks you to think about your long-term plan, your friendships, your network. If there are certain people you're not aligning well with, and it could just be a particular pal who starts to take you for granted, it may be that something you thought was a good idea financially suddenly doesn't seem to stack up. Just be conscious that Mercury is clashing not just with Saturn, which can be very restrictive and make us a bit worrisome, but also with Neptune that can be very draining. So if you've got people around you that don't really align with your values or in some ways inhibit you, just be conscious that those are relationships that you need to really reflect on. But what you do have at the start of this year is a trio of players in house 12. The Sun is always in your 12th house at the turn of the year, and very often I think Aquarius people can be very nostalgic. Obviously New Year's celebrations can be very much about setting intentions, being very jolly, but you may find yourself actually feeling very much focused on people from your past, reminiscing. There could be some kind of reunion, it could be fun, but you know, I don't want you to take this in an absolute sense because it depends on your natal chart. But if there is someone from your past that you still have got affection for, who you're not in contact with, whether it's from them or you, even if it's a friend, there could be some kind of rapprochement at this time, or perhaps throughout 2026. But I must stress it doesn't have to be romantic. The other thing that could happen at the turn of the year, if you are attracted to someone, you could have a bit of a fling, but not necessarily want other people to know about it. So some kind of clandestine connection is possible too. But also, as we come into this new year, we do have the midpoint between the Sun at 10:34 Capricorn and the Moon at 6 degrees 43 in Gemini, which is very good for you. It's very warm and friendly, forging a great link to Pluto, encouraging you to keep being enterprising. But the midpoint between the two of them is the shortest point around the chart, and that's very influential, and that's very close to Saturn. So I think one of the big themes of this year, particularly with that 12th house alliance of Venus, Mars and the Sun, is make sure you are a bit protective about who you're connecting with. Once Jupiter moves into Leo, I think you will feel an uplift, you will appreciate a buoyancy. There will be much better prospects for you in the second half of the year. But I think the first half of the year could see you teasing out some situations which really still don't work for you very well. The dependent friend, the person who's very needy but never asks how you are. It could be a financial situation that's a drain on you and you're not really enjoying whatever that drain could be. Perhaps it's some of your lifestyle choices in terms of subscriptions. Perhaps you're a little bit loath to let go of some of these, but think big about what really feeds your soul, because that's the heart of what astrology can help us with. And just know, with Uranus moving into a much more enterprising part of your chart, followed by Jupiter, followed by the node back into your sign, followed by a stunning solar eclipse in Leo on the 12th of August. As long as you're attuned emotionally to managing finance, practicalities and work, this could be a year, particularly in the second half, which really sees so many exciting developments for you. If you'd like to have a one-to-one with me, Aquarius, please check out my testimonials below. You can visit my new website at patrickarundell.com. Lots of free information. You can get your daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love and Vedic horoscopes. But also you can enjoy my three-card tarot as much as you like. It really is terrific, if I say so myself. And sign up for your free daily horoscope fired to your device. Have a fabulous year 2026. Welcome Pisces to your year 2026 deep dive forecast. I'm going to share with you the big picture of the year ahead. Then on screen I'll share your solar return. Always influential, provides a backdrop for the following 12 months. I'm then going to go through the details as a summary to give you a clear picture of what to look forwards to this year, the opportunities, but also a realistic take on what could be some of the challenges. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. Thank you so much for joining me. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it to continue to thrive and do so now. Your sign is ruled by Jupiter traditionally. Jupiter is very much about faith, a more spiritual dimension. If you recall, last year Jupiter moved into a very playful part of your scope, very much to do with sociability, but also can be to do with children and even romance. But as it moved into the sign of Cancer, where it's exalted, your sister water sign, it was crunched by the limiting energies of the greater malefic of Saturn. So even if you read or watched videos telling you that your luck was going to be amazing in the second half of last year, it may not have quite worked out as you had hoped. But what I want to reassure you of, Pisces, is in the first half of this year, you have a much greater chance to crystallize some of your hopes with Jupiter's help. As you also know, Neptune is your modern aquatic ruler. very much to do with your sensitivity and your great perception. And last year had a brief sojourn into the sign of Aries. Aries for you is house 2, foundations, money. But Saturn had moved there too, and Saturn of course can be hard going. Now they're both back in your sign as you start this new year. So as you go into 2026, there could be a little bit of trepidation about what lies ahead. I'm going to unpick all of this for you because we need to be conscious of the influence of the eclipses, because you start the year with the North Node, the point of destiny, in your sign, and that is something very valuable. If you recall from previous videos I've done, the North Node or the nodal axis always mirrors the eclipses, and last year the 2 eclipses we had in September, the first in your sign, the second in the sign of Virgo, that's the polarity between Pisces. It can be very much to do with providing support and services through your awareness to people's feelings, but also the other side of the heavens is Virgo. It's much more to do with the material world. It's more to do with the physical. But for you, it represents the 7th house, and the descendant is very much about relationships. And the energy of your sign for you is about what you want and desire as an individual. But that solar eclipse, which the first for 19 years, pointed towards the prospect of a serious relationship coming your way. And as you come into this new year, that could be something that's still in the mix. But one of the things to seize that opportunity you must do is not let any wariness or inhibition on your part prevent you from going for it. And of course we know that dating these days is particularly complex through technology, and people can be very transactional in their approach, which for Pisces people I feel could be quite testing. I would find it extremely challenging. So what you could have is a part of you that maybe wants some closer alliances with people, whether it's friends or colleagues or even family members, but there could be a little bit of diffidence because understandably over the last couple of years Saturn has probably lowered your vitality at times, made you a bit more wary about who to connect to. Neptune moving through your sign full time since 2012 has certainly raised a lot of consciousness. You've probably gone through quite big periods of healing, solitude at times perhaps, or redefining your identity, but Saturn came along and perhaps pushed you to squeeze out from your life and choices things that were still not working, and that may have been certain friendships, because what you're wanting with the North Node, Saturn and Neptune in your sign is to feel validated as an individual. Yeah, you can have a relationship, but if it doesn't speak to who you truly are, it will leave you feeling much less uplifted. But I feel that Jupiter, where it was inhibited last year, is going to be much freer to assist you in the first 6 months of this year. So that's a great opportunity. The lessons you've learnt with Saturn, we always think of Saturn as being such a bad guy, and of course he is the greater malefic. But what do we learn from him? He's always teaching us a lesson. And the lesson may be to guard your individual qualities, your agency more carefully, not give away your time and space to people who are not worthy of you, but also use the energy you do have in a very productive and efficient way. In other words, letting go of some more periphery interest people that may have been part of your past existence. So as you go into this new, you're wiser, and Neptune is still helping you to be in touch with your more perceptive energies, but they're both going to be moving. First of all, Neptune, end of January, middle of February, Saturn, and they move back to the sign of Aries. So over the next couple of years, Saturn in particular will ask some questions about your values, the foundations of your world, your everyday earnings. It's not necessarily going to be a walk in the park. Let's be truthful about that. But what you do have is that Saturn and Neptune, when they arrive in Aries, link back to Pluto in your 12th house. Pluto is about transformation. The more you release the things that no longer serve your greater good, that are buried deep in your subconscious, the more you can start to enjoy the foundations of your life as it is now. So all of this, the relationship potential, but also being conscious of what you will or will not accept. And I feel that you'll have a much higher threshold. You're wanting to put guardrails in to protect yourself, quite rightly. So if you do connect to anyone in a really meaningful way, I do think it needs to be someone who has an understanding of what makes you tick, perhaps not necessarily on your best day, or who can read how you feel without even having so much of a conversation. And all of that's going to be emphasised furthermore, Pisces, when on February the 17th, it's a solar eclipse in the sign of Aquarius on the 17th of February, but it clashes bitterly with the disruptive energies of Uranus. If there is anything that needs to come out that hasn't been said or spoken about, it could erupt to the surface in the following 4 or 5 months, to be honest. But if there are still things to rinse from your world, to release, if you do need to liberate yourself from some deep fears, some old psychological blockages, some negative self-limiting thinking, because Uranus third house, how you think, Uranus is about higher truths. Pluto brings to the surface things that perhaps are a little bit awkward for us, perhaps parts of our nature that we don't even like very much, or someone could confront the way we are in a way that's quite unsettling. That's all part of the picture. But on the 3rd of March, you have another lunar eclipse, but this one is in the sign of Virgo again. Once more, an opportunity to bring healing into your relationship sector. Whether you want an intimate relationship or not is not really the issue. It's whether you feel comfortable being with others, or if that's something you want, whether it's joining your local book club, or it's going to a Tai Chi group, whether it's going to the gym, whether it's meeting up socially for a laugh. It's all depending on what you want. And I feel that that lunar eclipse does give you an opportunity, but again, it's asking you to push beyond some inner blockages that may be manifesting. But Jupiter's there supporting you, telling you that sometimes Jupiter in the 5th house is about being speculative. If we don't buy the proverbial lottery ticket, we can't win the draw. And these are all the energies that are competing at the start of this year. But I'm going to show you in your solar return that you do have a wonderful celestial bonus ball as you enter the year. But I need to tell you that there is going to be 3 Mercury retrogrades this year in water signs, and the first of them starts with you from February the 26th through to March the 20th. Now, Mercury does not like being in Pisces. I've got to be honest with you. There may be something you want to start at that time that just never really seems to get going. It may feel like you're walking through a field of glue, but that doesn't mean to say you shouldn't persist. It just means your original plan may need to adapt. It might not go exactly as you hope. Now, there is a second Mercury retrograde in the joyful for you 5th house of Cancer from June the 29th to July the 23rd. If you're looking to date, meet up with people socially, there could be last minute changes of plan, but there can also be ability to rethink things in a more constructive way. The third of them is in Scorpio. Quite the theme, isn't it, this year? October the 24th to November the 13th. If you're travelling through those periods, the potential for snags is that much higher. But of course, water signs are about emotion. So communication this year is going to be a lot about emotion, but not exclusively so for you because of where Mercury is at the start of the year, but I'll get to that shortly. So Uranus then switches back into your 4th house at the end of April, the 26th. It could be that over the next 7 years or so, you could change home. You may want to create more space, you may work from home, you may want to move altogether, downsize, if the kids have flown the nest. Whatever it is, your home needs to be a place that provides more mental stimulation to you. But there could be some bumpy stuff if there are any family politics that have never really been resolved. What does happen, however, is that Jupiter moves into the practical 6th house for you at the end of June. The 6th house is about physical health and well-being and life routines. Jupiter is a very buoyant energy. This can be excellent for your health in the second half of the year, particularly if your physical vitality has been on the low side over recent years because of Saturn's occupation. And just switching back to Saturn and Neptune, remember when they move into your second house, old skills, old resources, things that you've put in place over a period of time can come back to you as Pluto connects positively to them both. But then Jupiter is also going to edge forwards, but as it does, the North Node in your sign at the present time, always in reverse, enters back into the sign of Aquarius for the first time in 18.7 years. But that's your psychological sector. That's going to be interesting for the next year and a half. It's going to tease into the open perhaps some things that may be rather tender, but it also reminds you that one of your great gifts is sensory. You know, we live in a world where that's dismissed. It's all about facts and figures in terms of the science, except the scientists keep saying, scientists now believe that their previous theory is no longer working. And that happens a lot. And yet science has all the power over perception. You're very perceptive. You can celebrate it in the second half of this year even more. But then we have a solar eclipse in Leo. The Sun rules the sign of Leo. This is going to be really positive for your well-being. Jupiter's there as well, and Mercury. And I feel that this is going to give you a bit of a lift, particularly if you're someone who works in a job that's a lot of sacrifice, a lot of obligation, a lot of giving of yourself, which is often the case with Pisces people. Through the second half of the year, you may change your role and move to something more gratifying for you. Don't be surprised with Jupiter being a freedom-loving planet that you actually take up a job that doesn't actually have much responsibility for it. It's a bit easygoing, happy-go-lucky. You turn up, you do a good job, the people are nice, you get the money, and actually you could find that very lovely indeed. So some kind of part role that you can build around other parts of your life might really appeal to some Pisces people. If you're someone who's much more adhered to corporate success, well, that's not going to knock you off course. It's just asking you to be conscious. Are there some new practical skills you can add professionally, because that will help you to compete better in the latter part of this year. We then have the second of the two lunar eclipses of the year, and this one on the 28th of August is in your sign. It brings to an end, over the following 6 months, the whole cycle of the eclipse polarities between your sign and Virgo. This one could give you food for thought about relationships, but I think, you know, it's all about finding the midpoint between being true to ourselves. We know that we have egos. We need to feel secure. We need to feel heard. We need to manifest our talents and individuality. If we're with people who celebrate our rich talents, that makes them people we want to spend time with. And therefore, if they're people who are interested in nurturing and encouraging, we're more likely to give that back. So what you're basically wanting this year, Pisces, is reciprocal relationships, relationships that may not exactly mirror your qualities, but give you a lot back, perhaps in a different way. And that can be very life enhancing for you, very uplifting indeed. Why not? Now, Venus does go into a retrograde on October the 3rd in the part of your scope to do with travel on higher truths, but it does invert back into shared resources. It's a 41-day event. Contractual matter may need a bit of care at that time. Saturn does go retrograde from July the 26th to December the 10th. You may find that your financial situation does tighten up a little bit at that time, to be honest. And you know about that third Mercury retrograde in the sign of Scorpio, October the 24th to November the 13th. So very, very important to really be attuned around contracts and travel to how things are going to play out. As the year comes to a close, I feel that you're going to be much more at ease with who you are. But just before I go into that, I want to share with you about my unique offer. You can order your personal natal forecast for year 2026 now, and I'll give you the rest of this year free. But also you'll get 30% off the individual prices, and you'll get your life roadmap report in my special package. That really helps you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far. All of us. It's totally unique to each person. But understanding those patterns and matching them to the forecast will help you to make your moves in the new year much more shrewdly. But also in my special offer, you'll get your free general zodiac forecast for each of the 12 signs, but also your Chinese forecast, your Vedic forecast, and your love forecast too in my special booklets. Please see the link below for more. On the screen now, I'm showing your solar return. And one of the wonderful things about this solar return, although there may be some people who are going to be changing, coming in, going out of your life, look at the position of Venus and Mars. They're coalesced around the Sun in the most sociable part of your scope. There's going to be some very lovely connections this year, believe me. And if you are collaborating with people, that can be a big plus. What's more challenging is Mercury. I mentioned before that it's in water signs in its retrogrades, but it starts its year in detriment once more, but for you in your sector of career. If you work in an organisation which isn't great at acknowledging your dedication and hard work, I feel it could get you down a bit this year. And I think that might be the relationship dynamic that's coming in, plus the energy coming through Aquarius and Leo, pushing you to perhaps get in touch with what is awkward, and don't put off, don't be in an inertia. If you're not enjoying something, have the confidence to make a change. And the second half of this year could see you get that job you really deserve. Move away from an unsatisfactory relationship. It's a very upward trajectory, but I feel you have to really take the action, because I think one of the things that Pisces people can do, which can be a little bit of a weakness, is that you can be so invested and sometimes so sacrificing that almost you put yourself into victim mode. Don't be a victim, take control. And I think those energies in Capricorn, which is a sign for you, which is very much about friendship, connections to others, it's saying have the confidence to step outside anything which isn't working, whether it is a bumpy romantic relationship, a friendship, a job that you don't really get much support. Look to change. And Uranus does start this year in a very tense relationship with Mercury. If you don't change something, I think your nervous system will feel the effect of that. So sometimes in life we have to step outside our comfort zone, and remember Jupiter is very strong for you in the first half of this year when it comes to taking on challenges, being bold and having confidence to do something different. And if you do, it could bring a significant breakthrough. If you'd like to work with me one-to-one, please check out my testimonials below. Please visit my website at patrickarundell.com. You can enjoy your free daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, general, love and Vedic horoscopes, my wonderful free card tarot, if I say so myself, or sign up for your free daily horoscope fired to your device each morning. Have a great year 2026, Pisces. All the best and goodbye.